Yeah, man. Evening. Welcome to edition of Tonal. You know, we cannot stall one, you know. Cannot stall. Yes. Well, good evening, good night, good morning, good afternoon, worldwide. You know, this is Tonal. And, you know, today, we have a lot of things to talk about. A lot. Right now, we're seeing the paper with them, we're soon joined by other hosts, co-hosts and everything, right? But we're joined by Maroon Chief, Richard Currie. Yeah, because we see them put out, you know, something about interest, person of interest. And me can't tell you know these people. Me have with me. When Minto, the same guy Minto, can't be a lie them I tell you no. Mr. Paris to put out something in the paper. Hey, let me tell you no, not idiot. If someone I tell you lie, let me tell you this, like go all about, but the truth comes straight. Yeah? We have to prove for us show the people themselves be a garbage and not talk about it. Yes. Minto, I have to prove for showing it to Minto, call Currie, you know. Call Chief Currie. Him the day funeral people. And Minto call him. And if Minto say a lie, you know what I do? Not show the phone record because that's not a lie, people. The first thing I show now, before Currie them China and them thing there, I show that say Minto call Currie. Yeah? Call Currie. He make a call and it miss. Then he make a next call. A matter of fact, see that? And I want to see it on yourself. See the miss call. Yeah? See it? Me just put over my thing. Alright? Me just take up my co-host right away. Hey, sister. How you doing?
Greetings, my brother. How you doing? Maybe I'm trying to step up.
I'm here, man.
I'm good. You hearing me?
Yeah, man. Me hearing you, man. Hearing you.
Okay, good. Greetings, everybody in the chat. Blessed Sunday evening. I have to say kudos to you on Friday. Great show. Blessings, and I hope to see many more of such formats and things. Because yeah, it's the same objective done in the same thing done in many different ways, you know. So we're all in this together, and I say much blessings and enough respect. And to Mama Angie, boy, Mama Angie work hard, you know. She need a vacation. Mama Angie need a vacation.
You know, I'm a team over here, you know.
Yeah,
so
yeah. Yes.
Them one way, you know. So we have to something, you know.
Of course.
You arrange your thing and do your thing so you know if it does, you know, execute. Execute
right.
Things. I mean, I tell you, we get call from around the world. I said, no, we need to see some more of this, you know. Make it like call from all
yes.
See how we you know, I said.
Yes, very good.
Yes.
Same
nice.
way, yes, very good. And it was good to see Ratty and Herb and Carlos and Dr. Francis and Prezi. Prezi did a good job, man. Prezi is the best. Great MC. You know, Mystic Sensation, Mystic and Baron and Anne-Marie. Bless them.
Yeah, man. Brilliant, man. Yeah, man. I show them so with these things, see what we know we are, you know, doing them now. We don't see.
Yes.
We are
Indeed.
Every style, you know. Yes. All right. So yes. I can tell you what going on. You know, Chief Currie gonna sign on because he might come on anytime now, right? Then put out
right.
Something about interest, right? You know, say them going there thief lumber. People that have no light no water, no. And you're going there thief lumber, right? Him wasn't there, you know. And Minto called him. Who called him? Minto himself. Call Chief Currie. I don't have shown it, but I've shown it to the people. Minto himself called Chief Currie. Him have a mixed call, then a next call in their funeral, and then make him come down there, you know. For cool down the thing. I know them turn around and turn it on him because who send them a turn it on him. Yes, they are thief, and then Forrest to put out something. After people are thief flag, and then know about it, and them are remove it, and people black road. Listen, them have a stamp. I'm gonna show you the stamp. It all. So the Maroon them have one, and Forestry have one. So you see one part of it when like if you sell lumber, Then stamp it, somebody police stamp it, them are look on it, they have the stamp on it. So you know, and it all I'm gonna show the stamp to people. And you see that part, if a people are got thief lumber, them move it, them stamp it with the other part. So forestry, I move the lumber without even stamp on it. Them two lie because them have a stamp. I'm gonna prove it to you. Let me show you something. Because forestry we have flap on it today, you know. This is the stamp. These are the stamp. Show them the stamp. All right, let me just pick up this. Let me show you the stamp, your people. Yes. So this is the stamp system. Let me show you right here. Right. All right. This and the stamp. You see the stamp? You can't see it, sister?
Yes. Yes.
All right.
Yes.
So people, this is the stamp. So then a part, all right. So if you buy lumber there, and legal lumber come out there, right? Then that stamp it. So this all the same exact stamp for history have, right? It's a seal, right? So if you see it have a mark in there, so once see if it tells say yes, it's legal, and then a seal if somebody a thief it, then forestry that stamp it or something like that. It never understand. Remember the people them stamp it, and I'll show you them a stamp it. So this is it. Let me show you the part where it's here now. Let me show you the part of this church here. That's a one section of it. Let me show the people them this. So may I try to show them so them can't think about the boy. I want to leave the man alone, you know. Because you mean to who send you. Yes. I look on the other side of this now. So one side, if tell us everything good, and the other side, if tell us it's not right. It's stolen or something, right? All right. So the other side right here. You see it, sister? See there? See them on one side and you saw them all. Let me show you them a stamp. Okay? You see it? All right. Good. So the stamp, if forestry not go for something where people thief, forestry that stamp it with them same stamp, exact all stamp them up, exact thing. So they show them say, you know, something else and them a carry it because them a investigate something. Not like that. We are going to show you who stamp it, right? And by the way, they put out something to about, you know, Chief Currie about some interest and like them want him now for arrest him. That is foolishness again. Let me show you something. At the same police, they mean to call it. He never even get there, you know. Call him to come cool it down.
But look, before you go to Wayne, let me ask a question, Wayne. Before you go to Wayne, let me ask you a question. But do the regular police, do they have authority to arrest any Maroon chief, anybody on Maroon compound?
I don't, well, no.
I don't think they have, because Maroon have, it's a Maroon, the Maroon, it's a sovereignty, you know.
No,
and you're behaving like the government is sovereign rights. They have sovereign rights. I'd love to know that from Chief Currie. If any of them can come on their compound and ask for the arrest of the chief, I don't think that is so.
No, I don't think so. When they come in, we will talk to it. When they come in, let me just show you this now. Let me just move that and show you this. Currie now. Let me show you these people. This, because this is not a joke. Let me show you now. Say I mean to call Currie when him call him. So not him, I never Currie, I never Chief Currie. Go down there now, can I look at thing. You mean to call him. Look on this. You can see this, good people. Look on this. Wait, man. You can't see it. You can't see it. Maria, you see this? What about that? Superintendent Minto. You see this?
Yes, Superintendent Minto. Yes, yes.
All right. See the first call.
Miss Voice call. Yes.
Miss, see the voice call. See the Chief Currie. And Chief Currie, good morning. That are yesterday. This is before. See there? This are in the morning. No, the one you know are yesterday now. See yesterday. See that? Chief Currie, good morning. 6 a.m. See that? Good morning, Superintendent Minto. Him answer him 8 something. Then the vice, see that? Currie call him, see the vice card. See that?
Right.
It's vice card, this one, see that? No answer. They and him call Currie and call him for what go on. Me to himself call him. See there. See there now. In the death funeral. You understand? Him call him have some miscall because him the day of funeral or something. No joke about it. And him sent for Currie, you know. See that? See that? You see him when you not understand, you have print for these things. So when you see him, them call for the escalate. See? Not my word. Remember, we have the evidence.
Right.
Yes. So him call Chief Currie for the escalate. See? So not my word. You understand? Yeah. Yeah, Mama Angie. Mama Angie. Look at it. Some people marry her, they are big up now. What's sorry.
Mama Auntie, my love, you deserve a vacation.
I do.
Yes. Not only do you deserve the vacation, you deserve diamonds. Diamonds are a girl's best friend. All the work for you do Friday.
Thank you.
Yes, my brother, I say so.
I'm running out, so we'll talk.
All right, be safe, yeah man. Blessings, my darling. Cool. Yeah man.
Yeah man. Yeah man. So you see me I try to you know say this. And them call Chief Currie over here. Them call him there. Right? And I know them put out something in the paper. Let me show you what them put out now. Them people are sticking at them head, you know. Them sticking at them head. And then I have to show you some things where or you have to take them out and stop. Them never stamp. So they might tell a lie and the weird. So I can show you something now. I'll show you something. Because them people are sticking, you know. And Joe, just tell them in and them go quacking. Jamaica don't sit down and take this neither. This is a foolishness. We're not going too bad. So who sent for them they know want to prove something. And then the forest guy, remember appeal like you tell, look here, police investigation, thief of lumber, Currie, look here. Now I'll show you something now. This is how them come out with now. To the Sunday way you think say, you know, forest is supposed to close. I think I'm on the two when I them are give a statement now. Police investigating theft of lumber from cockpit country, protected area. They might investigate. It says grass is a lie. But then I investigate theft. Look on this. Look on this. Police investigate theft. Them not investigate when I him call. When they never say theft, I want to move the lumber. You can see this? See there? See? So investigating theft of lumber from cockpit country. Protected area. So it's going to be the chief of who you investigate. That makes no sense. Yeah? The theft of the lumber estimate to be of significant value from the forest reserve near Accompany St. Elizabeth. So them come out with them foolishness, and you have a next one to come out and I tell about them are seeking him interest, police interest. You understand? So them come with a lie. This is a total lie, you know. So when I now run through this. This is a cover. What chief there? One chief call with there. No, we know. Yes. See? So that's what them are come with, you know, it's 100% foolishness, a garbage. Garbage. Let me show you something before I'm coming, people. Look on this.
Nobody happy.
When they stop the truck, it never mark. See when they take it out, I see it. And measure them a mark, you know.
Empty. Everybody jumping. Pablo, come here. Look at it.
Measure them a mark, and measure. You hear the stop for the man, come on, mark it.
man. The one them for the gun stamp. No, they must have. My mom goes speeding. When I move so fast, though. I want to go, the man, calm down.
I'll fire truck.
Sonny, work. Yo, wait, say, come on, you can do
The law, truth seeker. If you are truth seeker, right? I used to the law, sometimes we have to abide. But the police them not abide by the law, the government not abide by the law. And them are the criminal writers, so you know. Eh? And them are the criminal. So if you have a law, or you have to, or you have, so you're this truth seeker. You should have said what me I say. If you say the law, oh, Darwin break the law, and she have a car there. And I know them not car up. Or the Prime Minister break the law, why? The law, and yes, still down the clearing statutory declaration. So think we can't touch another things to that. Not you, Maria. If not
Exactly.
Same way.
No, but the Prime Minister, she's talking about the truth seeker, male or female, but this person is saying that the law is the law, Wayne, and sometimes we have to abide. Is the Prime Minister abiding by the law? Why is the statutory declaration not certified? Why do you have 8 people in Parliament who are under investigation for illicit enrichment? Should they remove themselves from Parliament? Why do you have a Prime Minister who is violating the Constitution on a constant basis, which is the right of the Jamaican people? So there are lots of things we can talk about this. So it cannot be a one-sided thing. And you notice, going when it comes to poor people, law applies. When it comes to rich people, and politicians, no law applies. Come up with about law abide by law. Tell Andrew to abide by the law.
Yes. And sometimes if you abide by it all the time. So we go tell the politician, tell Andrew only something all of them that. Same like when you want to shovel labor right, and him a drink and do it was a pandemic. And him a minister right.
Exactly.
That's supposed to be. We're not supposed to have no minister. We're supposed to can impeach them. Then turn it down.
But also, Wayne, you can have you can have an election the polling station closes at 5 o'clock, which means elections stop at 5 o'clock. Right? Or polling stations go, and at 9 o'clock one MP has 2 clusters in the polling station to vote, and that election is not made null and void. Stop talking about we have to be serious about this truth, this abiding by law. It cannot apply only to poor people and not to them. And don't tell me that we must do what you said, do what we can and don't watch them. What do you mean don't watch them? So because they're breaking the law, nobody must hold them accountable. I don't understand what this person is saying. So it makes no sense. It makes no sense. Because when it comes to the Maroons, I don't recall them having this issue with the government as severe as this. I don't recall it because the Maroon people are a sovereign people, you know. They're indigenous to Jamaica. And any prime minister who does not understand it should not be a prime minister.
Thank you. And it's supposed to go right out. We have to out here. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. See right away now, everybody get up. You see, some serious people out there, you know. I know some people where the prime minister can buy with 2 grand and 3 grand. And see that they must say, right away, they must say, can them people are serious down here and a truth seeker. If you think the truth, though, you have to live by your name, though. Yeah, man.
Exactly.
You can't be a truth seeker and then you say these things.
And facilitate lies. Yes.
Now tolerate that. We don't want that, you know. Yes, yeah, man.
Mm-mm.
And that's the problem. You know, you have love for some and the rest will go through.
And not
so
for all. Exactly.
Them make sure mark the board, the forestry have the same stamp for them. None of them never mark. None of them never stamp. But you still them and say, people, all right, let me tell you something too. Let me tell them something, right? Let me move this a minute. Let me just show you something forestry, we're not smart. If you run going to the paper now, I try to see about people and see people, flag, it couldn't be the Maroon and the people that are living at the place. Can I tell me what? If it was the chief or somebody else cut it down, them that mark it and them that come out with it and everything, because them live there. So now them. And if somebody come out from outside and them see people block them, and the forestry are moving, and let me tell you something, and nobody from outside do that neither. And somebody from inside, and the forestry come do that in themselves. That come from somebody within Andrew Holness administration. Let me just start straight. And them look trouble. For if the police are run come there and send come call. See me have it, I'm showing you know. Mental, me see you show you when you call the man, you know. You call him and climb over there, you know. You call him. And now we're not talking about first of interest. And then second hand smoke she, Lindsay. I read out and run in a paper. What kind of person of interest? Eh? That make any sense? It don't make no sense. Eh? That don't make no sense. We could continue to play this. Continue to play this because, you know, when they come with them foolishness, we know unite, you know. We know unite. Let's take it up to the master with them. And then measure them until it's enough to go to port. Yeah? And by the way, this is something for the department. If you are going in the Maroon section there, so, and you say trees where you say people are thief, why you never seem like oh the police call the chief? Why you never call the chief and say, listen, which is some people them cut up some tree, them are thief them, so we are telling them, why you want to contact them and tell them that? Nothing within that area. Yeah? So, and then the forestry, them are every single one of them because them have the same thing. Them never mark. So, who send for them, continue.
That means them coming out chief in intention to take the number of them. So, everybody have video. Are you at our you know, man?
See there? Then look at all women come with them. That's no enough. They don't know about nobody else. All right. So you see, so me I show you them mark them and then put them back. Let me show you.
Unload the truck.
They must stop them, look.
9-2. JCF. Yeah, man. Fire brigade. Yeah, and who again? Fire Street. 4 departments of government. JCF, JD, Fire brigade, and Fire Street. I see house and burn down the plan, they don't come house. And they come to help my clear board out there. And house and burn down and then call them and then reach up here. And then reach up here. But they come to come take out board. Maroon government. One government there. 7-7. Watch your piece and watch your mess of book. I look on the outside. Look on. 7-8. 9 foot.
This stop there.
9-9. 2.
All right, so after them stamp it, people, then put them back in and look.
Watch your man. Watch it.
Pretty much.
Careful, please, careful, mind your hand them. Mind your hand them, please.
Watch it up. Watch it up.
Careful.
You see how quick we take them off and put them up. No play with the air. Quick we take them off and put them up the back.
How would they check off?
Ah, don't go side lower, you know. Down average. You check and 144. 144.
All right. So then put them back, people. Let's see it. When it says, yes, then put them back, Maria.
Yeah,
So them
but you see,
documents-
but here's the thing. But here's the thing, Wayne. The police, the JDF, the fire department are all there. We just had a hurricane pass through. They didn't get the full brunt of the hurricane. They got the outer band. Was devastating. St. Elizabeth, part of Karen and all that. The JCF and the JDF and the fire department out in full force to help the people of St. Elizabeth and Clarendon rebuild in any way, shape, or form? Did we see them with their trucks loaded with water and wood and zinc and everything and food, even food, basic food items? So these people, did we see them out there doing what they're doing right now? What
Yeah,
they're doing in Maroon town? Did we see them out in full force in support of the people who were affected by Hurricane Beryl? No, we did not see them. So why are they out in why are they out in that full? Why did they need that kind of force to go into these into the Maroon town? They didn't need that force. And the thing is, the government has been trampling on the rights of more so the rights of the sovereign people, which are the Maroons. They are a sovereignty unto themselves. They are. Andrew said that there's no him not presiding over no two sovereignties, one Jamaican presiding over. He needs to come out about it because he seemed not to understand the importance of the Maroons, why they are there, and why they have sovereignty over their territory, their sovereign territory, why they have sovereignty over it. There's a reason for that. And if he doesn't know, he should avail himself of the information and leave the Maroons alone. And it's the only purpose Andrew serves is to enrich himself. He doesn't care about the people. And the question needs to be asked, who does this lumber belong to? To somebody, Wayne. It belongs to somebody. Who? Because nobody's going to steal lumber and just have it sitting at them. Does that make any sense? So somebody ordered that theft of lumber because the forestry department said it is illegal logging, right? So who is the person responsible? It's not just an ordinary person. No. If it belongs to the Maroons, they cannot be stealing from themselves. That makes no sense. So what do they want to speak to Chief Currie for? So that I would really love for Chief Currie to come on to ventilate some of these issues because I do not understand government is harassing the Maroons. I know they have land that is, natural resources that they're sitting on, but again, the Maroons have a right to their sovereignty. They do. So it doesn't matter what Andrew says, that it is so. It is so. And they do not have to listen to anything Andrew Holness says. They do not. So why can't he respect their sovereign rights?
Yeah. So all right.
It
So
cannot be.
if all right. So them running the country, and forestry have one of the stamp, and them have one. If you would go up there, you see some tree, and you would say, "Oh, a matter of fact, quick step the way in this. Oh, forestry all of a sudden just go push part tree and cut out. No, who call them because none of them people them that rather call Chief Currie or what have you, and them that protect it. You think about it, and them just go and just find much tree cut down and well soft completely, and I move with forestry department. We don't either stamp them and stolen, you know. The stamp it has two parts. If say it's stolen or something or somebody cut it down or something, then that stamp it and know so well we're gonna put it there. And if I tell it as stamp it, so you know say it I got to say police stop you, you know so that and that and that.
Right.
It's Minto. Minianto. I'm a minianto, you know. Minto is a minian, right? So Min Nianto. I would just call him Minto. Minto called Chief Currie. Means call him again. And then you see him text him and what have you. And now you put him like Currie a person of interest. Chief Currie a person of interest. That don't make no sense. It don't make no sense. And none of them Maroon them up themselves. Them that cut the lag and thing, them that tell the chief. And if them sell lag or what have you, you have police in there, nobody investigate. No. Them have a stamp. Them have it. So if somebody going down some lag for move, them that stamp it. Or if the forest ministry, if them that now go to somebody, them that stamp it. So you don't know. You understand? Them not stamp it, but after them thing I move it and then come to tell lie. It makes no sense.
Yeah, because remember they sent the police to protect their workers. So I don't understand, because remember now the Maroons, they stopped the truck from leaving because it wasn't stamped. And they wanted to make sure it was stamped because based on prior experiences with the government and with the forestry department, taking lumber from their territory and not having it not stamped and not compensating them, they are now making sure that it doesn't happen again. So this is a precautionary measure that they took to make sure it was, and it wasn't stamped. So how now can they be saying that they want to, the chief must come in? What for? Because if the lumber was illegally logged, and they say, let's make sure we have a stamp. That is on the forestry department. It has nothing to do with them. They're protecting their territory. And they're protecting the logs to make sure if it is whatever the situation, they are properly compensated. That seems to be not what was happening here. And given the history of lying with this government, they have a history of lying. Nothing they say must be taken at face value because they just do not speak the truth. So whatever what comes from the forestry department right now, you cannot believe what they say, you know, Wayne. Because of how they're incessant liars. So nobody can believe what they're saying because they can be saying it to save face because they got caught. And they would not want to blame it on the Maroons. Why?
The same Maroon will try to stop them. Get the Maroon a come.
Exactly.
Them have no problem to do that. If them don't have no problem. But they come in and they just take out what they want to take out and talk about the lumps and people and sell and then put out foolishness. You understand?
Exactly.
And then see there? Chief Currie, see that? Person of interest, look here. See there?
But how can he be a person of interest for his own property? That makes no sense.
Yeah.
Because he would be protecting whatever comes from Quick Step. That's what he was protecting. He wasn't protecting anything else.
Yeah.
He was only making sure. Yes, I see that.
Back.
Interest for what?
Man, them thing then and second hand smoke. How would them put out? Yes, pitching on a fence. And by the way, people, you know, I wait on the chief for Laga and so. Because them have some light problem. Because they must send down with some gas because them have to use generator and I use them things because them not really get on the light and them thing there. Yes. So we know them have some light problem and we see the phone gone dead. We just send back. So them that get something to deal with them generator. So
but you know, like somebody said in the recording earlier, Wayne, that they don't have light, they don't have food, they don't have water. But they can send the police for this. Why did they send the police and the JDF with what with supplies for the people?
yes.
Since they care so much, shouldn't they have done that?
No. By the way, people don't know say I think the 25th, Thursday gone, Thursday 25th. You know, say Jamaica, Jamaica, America issue more travel advisory for Jamaica for crime and health, right? Me not see nobody publish it. Nobody at all. Remember, don't take my word in because I mean I like the talk, I like showing the thing because we not do tabloid on here. Not my me have no time for tabloid. So I like show the thing, because you know when you talk on here, so let me show now look a quick thing here. We not do not tabloid on it. You know them with the my sister. No tabloid.
Exactly.
Yeah, so I want to show them a thing. I come back to Chief Currie right now. Yeah, we know them are knock up to we told them come on. But let me just show them this quick. Because America US issue this again. I mean it's an argument. Just look at who, not my word.
But I thought she was negotiating to have the one that was issued last year, have it have them take it back.
Negotiate. There is nothing to negotiate here. All right, let me show it because they are not my word. I'm not just look for myself. But I know me not see the paper and nobody put it out. That me I tell you with them. It's very serious. You can't see the sister. On the date. Matter of fact, when I look at people, you know, see how it is? See there? State Gov't, see there? US.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jamaica Travel Advisory. Wow.
Can't remember send it to your sister. Because see there? Update. Additional information on crime and health care. And tell them to reconsider travel to Jamaica due to crime, exercise increased caution regarding medical services. No, me not have to talk again. It's on the 25th of July. Me not see this in the paper. Me I go up at the government thing this me go up in the US. Me I show not my word. See that?
But Wayne, here's the irony. They were negotiating, Wayne, because Audrey said they were in constant dialogue. So if you're in constant dialogue, what is wrong with the dialogue? For me, it clearly means nothing has changed. So it's not the dialogue that they need to have. It's to change the circumstances, change the environment, so they don't have to get this travel advisory. And then they cannot say that it is not so, because Beryl just revealed the underbelly of what is really happening in Jamaica.
You're not going to believe this. What the travel advisor tells us, even tourists, them get raped too, you know. Not my word, here. When you can go get you at that and travel advisor and look on it for the same. But me notice the media houses don't put out this. It's at the 25th of July. No, it's the 26th. Want to see it? I mean, I show them who put it out, not me, not my word. See? So I'm here say this.
But then the Prime Minister just start bragging about the crime being down, Wayne.
You can't follow him, you know. I'll be a foolish system talking, you know. See? They don't want nobody to see this. But we are sure them. So me send it to you there, sister. You get it?
Yeah, I'll read it when I finish. Yes.
Run through it, sister. I'm gonna push it up. It's good. I'm going to push it up more. Yeah, man.
Hold on, let me read it from this. Hold on. Hold on a second. I'm not seeing it clearly. Increase your size. Increase your size.
You can't see, you can't see.
Hold on,
see
let me turn on this other light. Hold on a second.
Mm. Let me run through some of them things. Let me tell them what to run through.
Okay.
You see it?
Okay.
Yes, you can see.
Yes. Okay, hold on. Yes, I'm seeing it now. Update to reflect additional information on crime and health care. Reconsider travel to Jamaica due to crime. Exercise increased caution regarding medical services. Some areas have increased risk. Read the entire travel advisory. Country summary. Violent crime occurs throughout Jamaica. Tourist areas generally see lower rates of violent crime than other parts of the country. The homicide rate reported by the government of Jamaica is among the highest in the Western Hemisphere.
Not
Armed
Jesus.
robberies and sexual assaults are common. The U.S.
Oh.
Embassy routinely receives reports of sexual assaults, including from U.S. citizen tourists at resorts. U.S. citizens report slow or unsatisfactory response to serious criminal incidents. When arrests are made, cases are infrequently prosecuted to a final verdict and sentence. US citizens should not expect the same level of health care available in Jamaica as is available in the United States. This is this includes generally lower levels of emergency service response times or routine care for illness or injury. Private hospitals require payment upfront before admitting patients and may not have the ability to provide specialized care. Um, I'm missing something here. What happened here? I'm missing something. Ooh, oh, mm.
All right, so let me see this. All right, let me change up this. All right. So let me see this. All right, so I'm gonna hear my back. And the other one, me just restart, you know. But me just turn on the camera on the one. All right. So I'm turn on the camera on the one, yeah. Yeah, when you can see me now, right? Turn on the camera on the one. All right. Me, I'm gonna start the one. Me always up with something, you know. Yes. See? Now when you can hear me, you can hear me, right? Yeah, man. Must can hear me, man. Draw the one up front. Yeah, man. Bless. Let me see, sister. Yeah, man. Maria. When the panel one, yeah. Maria. Send back this to Maria. Yeah, Maria. All right, me let's see Maria upon that. Yes. Yeah, oh, yeah, me loud and clear. Sign in, but I want about me signing back on this, you know. Yes. So me just restart. Yeah, we can see something. Yeah, man. See? All right. Yes, sister. Log in back. Yeah? Yes. Just send back this to Maria. And that open, we know. Let me just send back this to Maria. You have to have other things, you know, where you can use, you know. Same time, you know. When log in, now Maria is here. Hey, sister.
Yes, I see we're back in business. You hearing me?
Yeah, man, you know, yes, man.
Okay,
Yeah, man.
good.
Yeah, man.
Okay, so let me go back to yeah. But look at what they said about the crime, and that when it is
Yes.
reported, it is not prosecuted, it's not investigated and prosecuted. I'm bringing it up now.
Yes. Yeah, man, we have to
Which
have
is what we have
standby.
always, which is,
Yeah.
eh?
Me have to them have to have standby. Me not depend this, me depend that, you know, but me have standby, you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm bringing it up on right. Yes. So I was reading the U.S. Embassy routinely receives reports of sexual assaults, including from U.S. citizen tourists at resorts. U.S. citizens report slow or unsatisfactory response to serious criminal incidents. When arrests are made, cases are infrequently prosecuted to a final verdict and sentence. This is where Andressa crime is going down, correct? All right,
Yes.
good. It goes on to talk about not expecting the same level of care in the hospital setting that they would get in America. And here's what they say: we strongly encourage you to obtain traveler's insurance, including medical evacuation insurance, before traveling. The Department of State does not pay medical bills. US Medicare, Medicaid does not apply overseas. Most hospitals and doctors overseas do not accept US health insurance. Air ambulance service to the United States can range from 30,000 to 50,000.
Yes.
So you have to, right? So, and here are things that they say: if you decide to travel to Jamaica, do not attempt to bring firearms or ammunition. This includes stray rounds, shells, or empty casings. Right. Avoid walking or driving at night. Avoid public buses. Darrell Falls. Avoid scheduled places or situations. Secluded, places or situations. Do not physically resist any robbery attempt. Beware of your surroundings and keep a low profile. Enroll in the Smart Traveler Enrollment Program at step.state.gov to receive alerts and make it easier to locate you in an emergency, which basically means they must put an ear tag on themselves so they can find them. Follow the Department of State Facebook and Twitter, which is now X page. Review the State Department's country-specific information for Jamaica. Make a contingency plan for emergency situations. Review the traveler's checklist. Visit the CDC page for the latest travel health information related to your travel.
Mm-hmm.
U.S. Embassy personnel are prohibited from traveling to certain areas of Jamaica due to crime. St. Anne Parish, level 4, do not, okay. Hold on. Off limit locations for U.S. Embassy personnel throughout Jamaica. Level 4, do not travel. This is not even 3 now, this is level 4. St. Anne Parish.
What happened?
Yeah.
Yeah, me a backup system.
Okay.
Yes, me a backup system.
Yeah, man, that's good. That's good. Okay, so
Yes.
here's off limits location for U.S. Embassy personnel throughout Jamaica. Level 4, do not travel. No, this is a level 4. Do not travel. Okay, good. St. Anne Parish, Steertown and Buckfield neighborhood near Ocherios. St. Catherine's Parish, Spanish Town, Central Village, areas within Portmore, including Nagohead, Newland, Old Brayton, Portmore Lane, Gregory Park, and Waterford. Terry Longtown. Clarendon Parish, all of Clarendon Parish, megawatt volt, except passing through Clarendon Parish using the T1 and A2 highways. They can only go through Clarendon. Catherine, my friend, they can only go through Clarendon if they're using the highway. Don't even drive local. It's bad. Hanover Parish, Logwood and Orange Bay. The policeman said that crime is down in Hanover the other day when he was with Andrew.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
St. James Parish, Montego Bay, inland side of the A1 highway and the Queens Drive from Sansan to Harmony Beach Park. Kingston and St. Andrew, Cassava Peace, Duane Park, Grand Spence, Standpipe, Swallowfield, Elliston Flat, Augustown, downtown Kingston, defined as between Mountain View Avenue and Hagley Park Road, and south of Harper Tree and Old Hope Roads. Downtown Kingston includes Arnett Gardens, Coburn Pen Gardens, some say Cockburn Pen Gardens, Denham Town, Olympic Gardens, Seaview Gardens, Trenchtown, and Tivoli Gardens. Manchester Parish, Greenvale, Grey Ground, Red Ground, and Vineyard neighborhoods of Mandeville. St. Thomas Parish, Black Lane neighborhood in Seaforth, Grants Pen, Church Corner, neighborhood near Yallas, town of Yallas, except when driving through on the main highway. Trelawney, Clarkstown, Westmoreland, Russia Community in Savlamar, the southern quadrant of Savannah Lamar, east of Darling Street and south of A2 Highway, Barracks Road, Morgan Bay, Kings Valley, the Whitehall, Betheltown, and Red Ground neighborhoods of Negril. If you decide to travel to the above listed do not travel areas, please visit our website for travel to high risk areas, which basically means they are telling them if you decide to travel, you're doing so at your own risk. But since they are US government officials, they can make sure they follow the necessary precautions that they need to follow. This is a mighty, mighty shame that, when I'm saying that Jamaica never had problems with crime and violence. But this has gone out of control. And you have a government that says they spend the most money on law enforcement and policing. Yet you have a situation where crime is still out of control. The police still don't have the equipment that they need to do their jobs effectively. And on top of that, you have police who are just criminals with badge and gun. So this advisory, this is an indictment on the Andrew Holness administration, and the ambassador who was busy advocating and having dialogue with her counterparts to have this, because she thought it was unfortunate that they would issue a level 3 last year for healthcare, which is the first time that they did that. Now they're doing healthcare and crime. So what kind of conversations were they? What kind of discussions were they having? Because it has gotten them nowhere. As a matter of fact, it has gotten them more sanction, another travel advisory. So I don't see what purpose they serve. Really don't see what purpose they serve. And I like the fact that they talk about the difference in treatment of tourists from locals.
Yes.
Because the care that they got, the care that they get in the resorts, locals don't get those kinds of care and treatment, not even from the police. And as they say, when there's an arrest is made, it is not prosecuted. There's no, it takes forever to get done. So nothing happens. So now when we talk, who is now bringing down the country and damaging their country? Because Jamaica is not a brand. Who is damaging the country's reputation? It's the leaders, because they're not doing anything to address the issues that we have been talking about on a consistent basis. This is what we're talking about. This is what we're saying to them that they need to make better, and they're not paying any attention. So rather than get into their feelings and stand 10 toes down in their wrong, they should be addressing these things.
True. Yes, ma'am. All right. So them just get back to the internet, because I tell you, say them internet thing now, too.
Right.
Yeah. So you might come downstairs in a minute now. Soon log on here. Yeah. Come in touch.
Okay.
What?
You mean Chief Currie?
Yes.
Okay, good. Because I have some questions for him, and one of them is that I would love to know, Fantastic Five is also asking to ask the question whether or not they can get international legal assistance. Because I don't see how it is that the Maroons are going through so much with this government. And it is because Andrew Holness has made it clear that he has no respect for the Maroon sovereignty.
But them be stop it, man, and them be stop the lie, Hey, brother. That's it.
All right. So you come from foreign. Where you bring from foreign for me?
We bring everything, man. Have it stockpile. Just tell me you're missing it.
But you come somewhere with you.
Eh?
Aren't you coming this side?
Yes.
Right, then if you can't come and see you, then you have to go runway. Listen, my brother, if you come and see you have to go runway.
You're not gonna run me, man. I mean, not gonna run me. You're gonna see me, man.
Okay, good.
Good evening, everyone. I'm here live on the Living Color. Well, I tell you, it was a very rewarding trip, but it was a long trip for me because it was like a 12-hour journey, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, a 12-hour journey. I didn't get home until 5 this morning. So, because we drove up and we drove back, and then I parked my car in Brooklyn, and then I got dropped off. Then I had to drive 3.5 hours. So we got to Brooklyn like around 1 something this morning. To 2, yeah, something to 2, yeah. Yeah. So, but it was well worth it, man. Glad to be here.
Yeah, man.
So I go on. Herb Tina make it head.
Yes.
Because this is the people must say I mean met them on them. I mean met them. Make them do the travel advice. I know me have nothing to do with it. I have nothing to do with it.
Right, man. Hey, the level 4 now, when I tell the US Embassy officials say this is a level 4, they travel to these parts. But Clarendon, them said don't even stop.
They just got the
They
right
say,
through.
listen, you can just drive, you can drive on the highway, but don't even go local.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad.
It
Not
is
bad.
it's bad, you know? It's bad.
You know, leave out the hospital now. They might tell the pilot blanket not good. The hospital is good.
Yeah.
They're not leave it out. No.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, this one is even worse in terms of description of what's going on in Jamaica. This one is even worse. Yeah.
But remember now, Audrey Marks was busy having dialogue. So what was the result of the dialogue? another travel advisory. Yeah, another travel advisory, which is worse than the last one.
Yes,
Steve Currie, yes. This exactly.
Turn on your mic. Turn on your mic. Chief Currie, turn on the mic. Yes, ma'am. Evelyn.
Greetings, Chief Currie. Pleasure meeting you. Yes.
Welcome to town.
You're not hearing me?
Pleasure, Madam Daisy. Sir.
Yes. Greetings, man. Greetings. Yes.
Bless up, Chief.
Thank you for having me.
Bless, man. Right, Chief, the first thing I tell you, say, we're all time, we feed it, you know, we're right with you, you know, because we see them put out something so you're a person of interest. And to me, that's a total disrespect to you. Right? And the next thing, before you even say anything, remember just come to the forest department because them come and tell that. Them say people are rob lumber and then go for move it. But them have a stamp like you. Right? And then they stamp it and say them are robbing. But them come with police, them come with soldier, them come with fire brigade and the forestry. 4 different departments from the government. How that work? And then they have something for sure, so the police mean to call you. But yet still them going like you are the troublemaker here. Explain to us now.
All right, so good night again, viewers. Good night, everybody. Thanks for having me, guys and lady. So, Lonesome, the situation at Quickstep has been one that has been going on for a number of years now, right? A lot of people don't know this, but Quickstep has one of the richest biodiversity in the cockpit country in terms of the plant life as well as the animals, right? It's a very unique space. That particular area at Quickstep is on the boundary of Trelawney. Actually, a part of that roadway in which the lumbering takes place, the illegal lumbering, illicit lumbering takes place, takes you across the border of St. Elizabeth into Trelawney, right? So Quickstep was one of those strategic areas that the Maroons inhabited or occupied, right, for quite some time. You might have heard of the land of look behind, right? When the British were coming through, you had one on the horse facing forward, one on the one behind him facing backward, looking backward, right? Once you reach land of look behind, you always had to have that mode of getting through, increase the chance of coming through alive. The situation is this. For years, that area has been lumbered, particularly for the railway lumber. A majority of the lumber used in Jamaica's railway was sourced from Quickstep. Now, one of the things that's been common and apparent since taking office is recognizing how the government has traditionally done business with the Maroons. Because for lack of a better description, wanting to recognize the Maroons, if there's something inside the Maroon territory that they want, they would send a third party in to set up shop, and the Maroons do business with that third party, and then the government does business with that third party. You understand what I'm saying? So they create a system to extract from the space. So I will give you a couple examples, right? The situation with the lumber. In that time when the railroads were being built, I think it was a Canadian guy who came in and was given the open door, so to speak, to engage with the Maroons in setting up a lumber yard in Quickstep. That was accomplished, and for quite some time,
they supplied the government with the timber for the railway line. Now, the Maroons would have a book that they now record whatever lumber was taken out, the length and the type of lumber, and then it would be valued. And at the end of whatever period, it was agreed that a royalty would be paid over to the full Maroon Council, right? So there was an understanding that established. There was a sustainable way that was being utilized to do what was done. And to my understanding, the forestry department, which later came on, would have been instrumental in acting as a custodian to those areas designated as forest reserves, of which Quickstep happened to be significantly engulfed in this recently declared cockpit country protected area. So fast forward to, I think it was about 2022, or was it 21? I think it was 22. We were alerted to an incident in Quickstep where the residents there were complaining that there were external entities coming in and removing lumber from the space. It's been a long battle at us because there was blame being cast at the residents that they're the ones deforesting and selling lumber. And there's also blame being thrown at the forestry department and agents working through the forestry department coming into Quickstep to illegally harvest these lumber from designated reserve areas. So here we are, 2022, when this incident came to, the first time it came to my desk, because I've had quite a bit of documentation around the Quickstep matter, dating back with my uncle Melvin Currie, who was a deputy colonel under 3 administrations here, would have had an extensive amount of knowledge and history of the Maroons' encounters with the government and other entities with regards to cockpit country, but more specifically, Quickstep. So there are a lot of issues when it comes to the land. We're not going to go into that right now because it can be a long conversation. I don't really have a lot of time, but I want to make this very, very short, but very potent in capturing the essence of this situation that we have in front of us. In that time when they started to lumber the area, when they attempted to remove lumber from the space, the residents blocked the individual that was taking it out. This individual was not a forestry person, by the way, right? This individual then made a call to the police, who came up to Quickstep and proceeded to intimidate the residents in a way of escorting the guy who was removing the lumber out illicitly. So I took up my phone at that time and called the Sarge from the Silo police station at the time and informed him of what I was being made aware of. I asked him to get videos and photos capturing the incident, so you can go and look that up. You will see information on that whole Quickstep incident a few years ago, and I would have made some posts on my social media with regards to that. What we agreed to that night, because the police were blocked in, unfortunately, and let me say it here, right? I in no way condone or would recommend people take this type of action, right, when we have other means of diplomatic engagement that are available in bringing to fore resolutions that are mutually beneficial. However, at the same time, I will say, when those conversations and engagements falter and there's no trust that can be derived from the attempts by authorities to bring resolve to these major issues faced by residents, what you will have is a reoccurrence of those issues. So in the last incident in Quickstep, we arrived at an agreement with the residents and the individual who was so-called lumbering from the area, that the lumber would be seized or held at the police station, after which we would convene at a meeting to discuss the issues around the forestry, the land, and the lumbering within Quickstep. We had a meeting at the Silo Primary Church which is in the Silo community, just below a compound, or just, I should say, just outside of Quickstep, not far. And at that meeting were senior figureheads of the police enforcement. At the time, I think it was Superintendent Chin and a few other sergeants from the respective police stations in the area, Magati, Silo, and I believe Balaclava. When we arrived at the meeting, I realized that the mayor from Falmouth was also there. The mayor from Black River was also there. The then Speaker of the House also chimed in on that meeting, Minister Dalrymple Philibert. And we had representatives from the Forestry Department, representatives from NEPA, and representatives from the NEPA Forestry and Land Agency, right? Because again, long-standing issues. And when we went to that meeting, this was attended by myself and other members of the full Maroon Council. It was a very intense sitting, and it was no easy way patching through the years of information and paperwork. And, you know, of course, the big taboo, the Maroon Treaty of 1738, and what that means for possessory rights and ownership of cockpit country, right? Big elephant in the room. But we'll soon come on to that again. The point is this. Coming out of that session, it was agreed that a few other meetings would have to be organized to go through the information and come to some amicable understandings. And it took us over a year to even be able to have a call to try and follow up on that conversation or meeting that was supposed to take place. There's total non-responsive behavior and neglect for the concerns that were laid before a significant amount of important people from that session down by Silo, and we had no result. All right. And by the way, the lumber disappeared, went, right? So let me say this. Obviously, the trust in transparency would have been damaged because the police who were supposed to be there to assist in resolving this issue then aided and abetted in the illicit movement of lumber outside of the area without us coming to a result that was promised. So fast forward to Saturday morning, I got up and looked at my phone at about 8:20 and realized I have a missed call from the superintendent of police, the deputy assistant superintendent.
I have some problem there, so yes, soon come on back. Yeah, so him get the call, him just reach the assistant commissioner of police. Yeah, he just have some problem like him go on them this matter soon forward back. And that is Minto, because we show it earlier on in a battle. Earlier on, yes. Right? Logging back, and you're gone blank. You're gone blank. So just logging back here. Chief Currie. Yes. Yes, man. Just logging back. Yes. So let's show you people this. Teacher. I show them on the screen already, you know. See him get the call from the soup. See him there now. Chief, good morning. Minto, good morning. Superintendent Minto. You see it? What I call, I have them. So we must remember, you know, in call and things, so it's a lot. It's a about. You understand? So he may explain what happened to him when the log them a move because he wasn't there. No, they must say about want the interest of that and one bag of foolishness. Yeah, but Chief Currie coming back and talk to us. So the internet I get some trouble. People the internet I get some trouble. Remember them now, not like them have to use generator and try work with them the internet with them up and everything. And then he's back. Okay, good. Yes.
Yeah, man. All right. Sorry about that, Jeds. Call came in and and just threw everything out because the signal isn't great at all. We're on a Starlink connection, so it's been fluctuating. So I'm sorry. As I was saying, the incident on Saturday, I was summoned. I was called at about little after 6 a.m. I saw a missed call from Superintendent Minto, and I attempted to call him back. I did not succeed, and eventually, a few minutes later, when I tried, I got through to him. He then made me aware that there was an issue unfolding in Quickstep and had asked me if I heard anything of the incident, which I told him no. I've been actually trying to get in touch with a few persons from that community without any success because the lines are still down and there's no electricity. So he then asked that I try to get some information or gather some intel as to what is taking place there and see how best I can help in resolving the issue because roads are blocked and he's not pleased. I said, understandable. So I'll see what I can do. I'm actually heading to a funeral. So I'll do my best to gather some information and share what I can with you. When I got to that funeral about midday, I saw a missed call from the superintendent. I attempted to call him back and did not succeed. The lines were just down. Immediately after the funeral ended, we left from an adjoining community called Jointwood, headed over to Quickstep, which is about 45 minutes to an hour journey, right? We went over into Quickstep, and when we arrived in Quickstep, we were met with the entourage of the police officers, the forestry department bus, the fire truck, and a truck laden with lumber. So at this point, we stopped the bus and disembarked. At the same time, the superintendent stepped out of the vehicle and we shook hands and began conversing. The community descended upon us, of course, because we were now at a point of conversation. And the superintendent expressed to me his dissatisfaction with the events that unfolded, and perhaps most importantly, the fact that persons were trapped on the inside and could not come out. These were forestry people, they say, that were trapped on the inside and could not come out. And he went on to elaborate on the concerns, at which point I then, entered the conversation to enlighten him on the situation that existed in Quickstep and what had happened in the last incident that took place, why the trust level where it's at now, and why they're reacting the way that they're reacting. Now, Superintendent Minto, I met him last year, shortly after he came into office, and I think he's a very good gentleman. I think he's a diligent worker in that he's dedicated to the role that is assigned to him. However, I do notice that Superintendent Minto has very little discernment for the culture, or very little regard for the culture, for the history, and for the legacy, and for what I represent as an elected leader, right? It was uttered yesterday by one of the officers that these are done, right? But these not done when you can come drag like what you're probably thinking. That's not it. That's not it. The situation that unfolded, I engaged Superintendent Minto to enlighten him on the pre-existing condition that they would have entered into with the sentiments of the people as it relates to the forestry department, who have in previous time, for lack of a better description in the terms of the people themselves, put them in a very oppressive situation, because they are bringing people in and allowing people to lumber when they are going in to cut yam sticks and all these other things and are being inhibited or restricted and further labeled as the ones responsible for deforesting Cockpit country. So it's not new that they've been going through with this, and they do lumber as well, right? And we've had our run-ins, I'm talking me and Maroons there, right, to be more responsible in their approach as custodians to the forest, right? So we established a little forestry trust there that would then enable us to better manage this process in a relationship that we wanted to build with the forestry. But forestry resisted any form of engagement or contact and persisted in their own way of doing what they wanted to do. So what enabled the forestry department to come into cockpit country is the declaration of the cockpit country protected area, which made particular areas of that forest a protected area, meaning even the people living there can't do anything without permission from the forestry or some other government entity. Now, in this scenario, I explained to Superintendent Minto what was happening. And at the same time, a gentleman stepped forward and introduced himself as the director of the forestry department. I'm sorry, his name is slipping me right now, right? But he was there on spot. And I gather he came down to help and relieve those who were trapped on the inside of Quickstep after the residents had fallen trees to protest the illegal movement of the lumber that was there. Now, when I came onto the scene and we saw the truck, we went and inspected the lumber that was there and recognized that the lumber, a couple of things were out of space. The lumber didn't bear any marking, stamp or seal, which is customary for any lumber being moved out of any forest zone within the island. The thing is, even if that lumber is being seized, there still should be a marking that is placed on that lumber, right? The Forest Act, I'm going to read it for you. Clause 6, it shall be lawful for any forest officer or member of the Jamaica Constabulary to stop any person found in possession or in control of scheduled timber or on any public or parochial road or on any track or path or in any public place, and to require such person to produce for inspection the pass for the scheduled timber in his possession or control. And if such person fails to provide or produce such appropriate pass or satisfactorily account for its absence, the forest officer or member of the JCF may detain and mark the scheduled timber. It wasn't marked. And report the circumstances to the nearest police station in which the scheduled timber is detained. Now, it's important to note, at no point was it stated upon approach that this timber was being illegally mined, nor was it being seized. None of that was disclosed during the discussion with Superintendent Minto and the gentleman from the forestry department. Now, what makes the situation even a bit more, questionable is the fact that the timber went to forestry in Kingston, not the police station. The mediation which took place on the ground, persons in Quickstep came to the agreement that if we...
Okay, coming in. One call that again.
Right. Similar to what we did the last time. So this was agreed to. Immediately upon the arrival
well,
of
Chief.
Sorry.
Go back to the agreement piece. We lost you for a few seconds. What was the agreement? We didn't hear that.
Right. So the agreement was that we would have a sit down with the key stakeholders to have an amicable resolution to the problems, similar to what was proposed the last time. Only that this time, people were more agitated about allowing the lumber to leave Quickstep, because the last time we did that, it disappeared. So they were adamant that it should not leave the hill, and that presented more problems for Superintendent Minto, because then the people were prepared to block the road further down again, because I was in constant contact with people in the community, further down and outside of the community. They were prepared to make a stance, right? So I said to him, we need to have an understanding with regards to the lumber. There needs to be a stamp. The forestry department has a stamp, and the rangers from forestry should be there providing those markings on the timber before it is loaded into the truck. So I then informed the superintendent that if he is to escort the truck out as it is, he would be committing a criminal offense or aiding and abetting in committing a criminal offense. He doesn't, these were his words. He's not into no Maroon this and no Maroon law, that and this, and he don't care about that, right? He's here to do one thing, and it's to deal with the law as he knows it. So I said, Superintendent Minto, I will say this to you respectfully, as I know you would say it to me. Ignorance of the law is no excuse to the law. And I said to the president of the, I'm sorry, I'm mixing up this title. I'm not sure if the president or director. I think it would have been the director.
Yeah.
He said, I am not so familiar with that process because, you know, I'm a bit new and I'm not so familiar. So I'm saying, okay, so here you are, Superintendent Minto. Here you are, sir. And both of you are fairly new in your positions and have no history of what's going on here. I'm trying to impart that to you so we can all make a better decision here before we leave. The community is adamant that this lumber, this timber cannot leave until it is marked. I have my hammer. Where's my hammer? I don't have it here, right? Which is a lumber hammer, which we've had for decades, right? And that's what we use to mark AT, which stands for a compound town. And the reverse side of that hammer is if we're seizing the lumber, we would stamp it. So we stamped the lumber with the AT mark, right? Which would have been, as I explained, I was summoned there to create a situation of calm and comfort to the people so that those who were there could leave without any further complications or issues. But most importantly, we could come to some sort of arrangement to address the issues that keep popping up. When I brought that to the attention of the superintendent, unfortunately, he could not commit to any of that. He also said he doesn't care what happens if the lumber goes down to the police station. He would not sign off on it, but if they want to take it there, they can take it there. Again, the property is in question, right? And there's no accountability behind the source of this mahogany, right? Which I might add, one of the most expensive piece of timber in the forest and one of the rarest species in the Maroon territory, right? So here's what's happening. We said to them, guys, this is the only way to get to the solution because the crowd is getting more rowdy as we try to enforce. Let's not enforce. Let's try to come to an understanding. We're going to take the lumber off the truck. We're going to mark them, measure them, and have proper accountability for them. We're going to reload them, and then we're going to send it down to the silo police station, similar to what was requested the last time. And then we proceed to have a meeting at which all the key stakeholders would convene. The forestry guy said, that sounds like a plan, but I have to make a call before I can say, yes, go ahead and stamp. He then went and made his call, and when he returned, he said, okay, I think we might have a little issue. I said, what is the issue? He said, well, there's a challenge with the stamping of the lumber. I said, what is the issue with the stamping of the lumber? He says, well, it becomes another jurisdictional issue or challenge. Why would he use those words? Right? And where did he get that information? Who did he call? And why is that jurisdictional issue now a challenge where the stamp is to be placed on that lumber? I said, well, brother, we have an issue because then the people are adamant that this lumber ain't leaving the hill until we can have some accountability for today's chain of events and what we do going forward. So I instructed the men who were there to offload the truck, measure the lumber, and we mark all of them with the hammer. So now we can tell you that there's over 880 odd feet of solid mahogany that was taken off that truck, right? The value is, so So guys, listen. As I said, this is not the first, the second, or the third incident. All right. And up until now, you know, it hasn't been said that this lumber was being harvested by people from the community. I saw the article that came out today in the Jamaica Gleaner, very cheeky, suggesting that the timber that was being taken out was timber that was harvested by people within that community, and they came to seize it. So again, at no point did they mention that this timber was being seized. At no point did they present any document or any stamp to highlight that this lumber was being seized. None of the gentlemen I spoke to had any idea, or so they say, of this seal or stamp or a letter that should be accompanying the lumber off the hill, out the reserve, a dedicated forestry reserve, according to the law. So we loaded back the lumber. That took place in about 20 minutes because we had a lot of men there. And when we finished, I went over to the superintendent, have my notations there, ready to impart information to him, where he advised me that he was very disappointed in the way I handled the situation. So I said, I'm not sure I understand. I'm not sure I follow. Please help me, because I came here, I thought, to help. We have an understanding which the people are satisfied with. Isn't that where this whole thing is supposed to go? He said, well, we're not going to get into all of that here, but you're going to have to come down to the station with us. So at that point, again, I raised a question. I'm sorry, Superintendent, I don't follow. What's the challenge here? And he said, can one of you please assist him to the van? I said, I will not be going into a police vehicle, right? I have done nothing wrong. I will not be going into a police vehicle. By that time, the people started to react to what was now an escalated situation out of absolutely nothing, because we would have arrived at an understanding and were prepared to now move to the next stage. The superintendent stated that I have further created tension by blocking the road and blocking him from coming out. This is me exiting the bus that stopped when he was coming out. We came out, greeted each other, and started speaking, you know, and then proceeded to go down to the truck with the lumber and started the assessment of what was happening. So I haven't moved, I haven't gone back. I gave no instruction of blocking any roads whatsoever. And the road was not blocked. They could move around the bus if they needed to, right? But that's what I was told. So I said, I'm sorry, Superintendent, I do not drive the bus, and there was no intention to block the road. We're actually coming to a solution. The people were adamant that the bus cannot leave, the truck cannot leave until a solution has been arrived at. At that point, he was no longer listening to anything I had to say, and is now instructing other police officers to apprehend or detain me. So the people at that point barricaded themselves, put themselves around me, and started push me towards the bus. We went inside the bus and sat down, started making my calls to my legal team and all the other parties that I would have had on standby in case the situation went awry. We were at a standoff for about 20 minutes in quick step, and one of the officers proceeded to try and break the glass to the bus. And at the time, at which time a few members of the community would have reacted. And one member from the community was actually punched in the face by the officer, who then pulled his firearm in a threatening manner, which, again, I think that's where the military stepped in, and or was it one of the other officers? I believe it was one of the other officers, one of his colleagues, stepped in to restrain him and ease him off and out the space. So it could have been a very ugly situation last night. I was summoned to a space to bring, calm and ease to pre-existing matters that these two gentlemen obviously have no information on and wouldn't have done their homework. But more interestingly, were not keen on anything I had to say whatsoever because it didn't matter to them, right? Anything Maroon, anything culture, anything to do with land, no, it's not their thing, right? And I think the unfoldings of yesterday really has highlighted the continued stress, duress, coercion tactics that have been used and implemented by the agents of the state and indigenous people, and Maroons particularly, and myself, who has been ostracized, targeted, and in many instances, criminalized in the way they portray me, an elected leader, right? Standing up for what is right and defending the rights of his people. And this is where we're at. So I woke up this morning getting information that I'm being summoned to the police station as a person of interest. I'm not sure what that means, but I'm being summoned to which one of the police station was Black River, Santa Cruz? I'm not sure which one, right? To I gather speak about what issues were. I mean, to be honest, gentlemen, I am taken aback to the unfoldings of yesterday, and which should have led Superintendent Minto to take the position that he has now took. It's rather unfortunate because rest assured, the Accompong Maroons and Maroons in adjoining territories are not pleased and are prepared to do what they need to do to ensure that there's no more violation, particularly of Accompong or myself. So, from me, I would like good sense to prevail in trying to have some amicable resolution to this matter, as well as to the main matter of the lumbering, illegal lumbering in Quickstep, right? But the request by the High Command is quite unusual, and the labeling of myself as a person of interest also sends a lot of mixed messages, which one must really take into consideration. I've attempted to reach out to Dr. Horace Chang a couple of times. He reached out to me in 2021 when we had that incident in Beth Salem, another adjoining district. And I got someone on his phone today who referred me to another line, which I saw a couple of times.
Right. So yes. Chief get an ex call. Yes, yesterday, the whole of this are just some politics to my with the chief.
Are you there?
Yes, we're here. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I mean that's pretty much where we're at. So I leave it there, gentlemen, for you to dissect. That's really what took.
Yes, but that's it. All right. Because of something first though. Because it's funny how Minto. I have to talk about you because we know we're on your fight and we keep it real on here, right? Right, I think Minto got here. Him call the chief for his assistance to help them, de-escalate, right? Him call you. We have it right here in Minto. We have it right up. And Mr. Say, talk to him, see that? She said, Chief Currie, good morning. Me show it earlier on. Everything we have to me show it earlier on, and I have them most of those on video. What happened, right? See him there? When you say good morning, Superintendent Minto. Say him talk to you, not that. Him talk to you. You go to a funeral and then you head over because they want you to come assist him to de-escalate. And now him turn you now in a villain. And by the way, the forestry though, why them just send a director? Because you have rangers, don't it? Right, Ratty, you're a lawyer, so we're going to dissect all of this. So, them send a director. That's funny. And then if somebody that thief the lumber, this will be a police business to detain the lumber. right? Not them to carry it to town. And then if you ever stop
Correct.
it, why it never stop? If them have the farm,
Correct.
huh? It don't make any sense. And then why the director who talk to? Because if you're director to forestry, who you not talk to come and say you can't do this and can't do that? Must somebody in the government. We talk straight on here about it. Yes. Rocky, your time for that. Because what we
Chief.
is that we have to even this case. Yes.
Yeah, Chief. Thanks for coming on, and sorry to hear what transpired, but it is what it is, and we have to move on and deal with it in the appropriate way. Now, you said that in 2022 there was an incident. There have been many incidents, but there's one in 2022 where the lumber was released, allegedly taken to a police station, and then it disappeared. Now, if for all the disappearing lumber, if somebody had to pay for the lumber, who would get that? Who would be in charge of being compensated? Would it be the community, a council, an individual, the government? Who would get that money?
The full Maroon Council. This has been traditionally the arrangement. So there are logs and books, records going back decades, showing transactions between the government, its third party, and the full Maroon Council, who were collecting royalties on lumber taken from the area of Quickstep.
Okay, so what we have here is a theft of property then. And did you ever seek to bring charges against anyone to say, look, on a thief for lumber, because the lumber has been removed, we haven't been compensated, the lumber has not been turned over to us. So somebody have a property and we haven't been compensated without our permission. Did at any point in time you brought charges for theft of property?
I've never done so in my term, Ratty, but I know in the past, leaders before myself would have gone over there and seized the lumber, right, that was being removed illegally from the space. And of course, would not have encountered the type of situation I'm encountering right now, right? So this is not something new, as I say. And the lumber that's been taken, mahogany, it's not easy to find mahogany trees in the forest. When you do find them, they're usually large, massive trees, and we try to preserve them, right? There are very few left, but here you have a truck leaving with almost 1,000 feet of solid mahogany that will end up in some high-end hotel or house or somewhere that we won't see, because as far as I'm understanding, it was taken to the forestry headquarters of Constant Spring Road. Not a police station. You just heard me read the act, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Now, here's something else. The one member of the JCF referred to you as the Don.
Yes.
All right. Now you are the duly elected representative of your community. By extension, it would appear that everyone who's duly elected is a Don. So if I'm going to use that, then all of the politicians them are Don, right?
Every one of them.
This alone, that's saying alone, show that them have a target and is it? Because
Right.
if you look on somebody duly elected, they call him a Don. I don't know that means you're not targeting them.
You see, the problem is, gents, they fear what they don't understand. That's the first thing, right? They feel intimidated. Everybody seems to feel like Chief Currie is running down something or some form of power or authority. Listen to me, man. The power and authority you think exists already exists, right? I don't need to prove nothing to nobody. I gone past the whole argument of who the Maroons are, what is our standing, and I don't need to prove to myself who I am. I already know this. We already know our standing as it relates to international law. The challenge that we have is a corrupt system that is trying to bypass that and play a game on the minds of the people as if this thing does not exist. Now, this is something they've attempted to do for quite some time now, because the aim has been bring shame, bring ridicule, and bring embarrassment to him and what he's trying to do. It's been always the effort from every single government that has tried to infiltrate the Maroon territory to persecute leaders who've stood up in representing those rights and freedoms that we do possess. So this is nothing new, but for my case, I do feel it a very personal issue coming towards Chief Currie.
Chief, let me run a couple. By the way, I have family in a Quick Step. In fact, when I was a youngster, I used to go Quick Step, the Barnaby's up there. I used to go Quick Step. My auntie, she have about I think like about 10 kids up there. In fact, I saw some of them this past weekend over in Canada.
Yes.
Remember the lady when me introduced it to?
Yes.
She's right. But
my great grandparents, remember, I don't just my granny come from St. Elizabeth. Remember to my wife, people them my father-in-law. Remember over there in Berry, in a tree line part of St. Elizabeth. Remember what place, So most of them things I don't know what show we have completely.
Yeah, we have a stake in on this stuff. But Chief, generally speaking.
Yes, man.
Generally speaking, Chief, when a chief is elected, is that chief, what role does the Jamaican government play in recognizing the indigenous people of Jamaica and accepting the will of the people when they elect a chief? Is there a ceremony, or do they send out something saying, yes, we acknowledge and we respect, or they're just distant from it?
All right, so I can only speak to my personal experience, Ratty. Right? When I was elected, I was invited to invited to Parliament by the President, right, Tom Tavares Finson, and I was officially recognized in my ascension. And in that meeting, the Speaker of the House joined, and the meeting was put on official record, and I was made to sign the honorary visitors book, which I saw signatures like King Selassie and the Queen when she visited, and a couple other high level dignitaries. So that for us was monumental and significant, because the Parliament and the Senate would have recognized my ascension at that time.
Here's why I asked the question. Because if they recognized you, and to me it sounds like official recognition, right? Then have you ever seen a situation like this? I'm taking it that you grew up in that community, or you spent a great deal of time in that community. Have you ever seen the kind of challenges against the Maroon people by the government? Have you ever seen this at any point in time?
It has never been at the heights that it is right now. The Maroons have been challenged in the past by the state and elements of the state. And many of those leaders would have resisted at the time. So there are stories that they could tell you of a time when soldiers infiltrated in a compound, and the colonel and his men actually cornered and escorted them to a particular area of the community where they surrendered their arms and had to leave for a senior colonel or somebody from the military came up to collect those weapons and take them out of a compound. That's something that happened here in the past, not so distant past. So there have been issues and run-ins, but none quite the level and the consistency that they have been with me. Perhaps I've been hitting a few notes that haven't been hit for some time, and it's resonating in the international community as it relates to law, the legalities of what is happening and what they're doing, and the discrimination, the open discrimination which is taking place. Remember, the Prime Minister told all government entities not to engage or do anything with any group or body claiming sovereignty, right? So here we are again in the sovereign people, them land, taking out them lumber and saying that them not have no money and them not have no hospital and them not have no school. So you say them sovereign, right? All their things are being extracted, right? So the cockpit country, right? Cockpit country protection, protected area, protectionism. But on the other hand, we have exploitation. the forestry department, protectionism, but on the other side, we have exploitation and enrichment. What is taking place that we are not seeing, or we're not asking enough questions, right? Because obviously, if you do ask too many questions or to be too much of a hindrance to what's in front of you, then obviously you're targeted as a troublemaker. I am not a troublemaker. I'm an elected leader at the
I have two quick things before I know Sis one jump in at the conversation. Two quick things. The first is that the superintendent Minto, you explained to him legislation governing the removal of timber from protected land and his responsibility to seize, if necessary, land lumber that people can't account for without stamp. And he ignored that. Are you going to file a formal complaint against him for failure to act within his established responsibilities?
So we're really exploring all things that are in front of us, Ratigan. I have been in dialogue with my legal team who have advised me accordingly. I've also been in touch with a few external entities who would have been made aware of the strenuous situations being faced by Akompong Maroons and other indigenous groups on the island. And we would have been given special protocols and instructions on how to act in the case of a threatening situation. So we are also looking at activating some of those and doing what is necessary to protect the integrity of Akompong and the freedoms of Akompong and the office of the chief, and will not be in any subjection under any circumstance of duress, stress, or coercion that is contrary to the beliefs and the rights and freedoms that we possess as free people.
All right.
So, respectfully, I'm not going to try to mix my words here. I'm being very clear. We want to have a resolution of this issue. I am not the problem to Superintendent Minto. He should allow me to express what the real problems are and we together find solutions. But it won't be a subjective tactic or submissive tactic, sorry, right? And it won't be a coercion or a misrepresentation of what was met on the ground and what the people themselves identified and highlighted, and you yourself, Minto, invited me to come and assist in bringing a result to. I cannot be your enemy, sir. I am not your enemy.
All right. The last thing before I ease off of the podium here is they have characterized you as a person of interest, and they have summoned you to appear at some police station, whether it's Balaclava, Santa Cruz, wherever, tomorrow morning. Under the law, are you obliged to go? And if you don't go, what are the consequences? And have you discussed this with your legal team?
Yes, I've discussed it with my legal team. So we're looking at also everything that is in front of us. Am I obliged to go? If I choose to, right? I'm not a criminal. It did not say I'm wanted, right? We obviously have to assess what is the safest position and situation, obviously for me, because if I feel that I'm being targeted and if I feel that my rights are being infringed upon, then naturally I'm not going to go in a space that I feel that I will be oppressed and also impacted. So with that said, we're exploring the best possible way to have an amicable resolution, Lati. I won't be saying I'm not going to go, and I'm not going to say, yes, I'm going, right? Okay. We're in the process of assessing that. There are things to consider, particularly with the comments that were made by some. Oh, by the way, there were threats left by some of the officers, by the way, to some of the community members and other Maroons who were there. They were told that up your funeral, so wait till we come down on a flat. You know, so that is a straight threat right there, right? So I'm putting it there for you and let you know. And again, Chief Currie was summoned and asked to provide assistance. I also saw the counselor, by the way, the JLP counselor, who told me, who was on the phone and saw me, signaled to me and said, he's on the phone. The NWA is trying to get in touch with me. So I said, really? He said, yes, apparently there's an issue in Quick Step and there's something that they're trying to get in touch with me to see if I can assist with, clearing whatever was happening. So I said, well, I know I got a call from the superintendent this morning, so I'll be heading over after the funeral to see what's what. So, when I tell my people all these things, they say, I set you up, chief. I set you up. But I said, relax, right? We're going to see what's happening, and that's exactly what we did. We went to try and find a solution. So, Ratty, we just hope for the best with this situation. And again, I'm no criminal, so I have nothing to hide from or nothing to run away from.
But you just say something,
Chief, very briefly, I'm not familiar with Jamaican law, but if I had to advise you, I would tell you, have your lawyer go. You don't go tomorrow morning. You let your lawyer go down there and deal with them and then figure it out. I wouldn't walk into their space, but that's just my advice.
All right. My advice, so I'm my advice. And Erg are flying now, not touchdown, but at the same thing. And the Titans, I tell you the same thing too. They know what right now. The Titans are telling you the same thing. No, because Minto, I played a two-faced thing. The Minto, remember, me have your file I run through, you soon something it out by tomorrow. Because you're not easy. Remember, you did the months ago in a general, don't you? And you is a water boy. You are one of the minions and Holness. Me not ask for I tell you. When my ego fly, me tell you things, I mean, I said nothing else. Me just talk straight. No, someone approach you, a police approach you.
Wait, 1 second, Wayne, before you move on to that, Wayne. 1 second, I just want to ask two things of the Chief Currie. Can you get international help legally for the legal help from the international community? What organizations you can get help from? Okay, and two, can you please explain for those who don't understand the meaning of your sovereignty as Maroons? So, because I remember the Prime Minister said, they have no respect for sovereignty, is one country, him running and all of that, which is kind of, backwards. Because from I was a little girl to me, I remember leaving high school with my father going on trips to Akampong, school trips. So, I don't understand how it is now. He's going to say that he has no respect and no regard for it's just one country he's wrong and nobody must tell him about the sovereignty. So for those who are not even in the back of the class, outside of the class, who don't fully understand, would you be kind enough to, in a snub, just explain what the Maroon sovereignty means? And also, does the government have any say as to how you operate in the Maroon?
All right. Let me start by answering the second one first. If the government has any say in what happens in the operations of a compound. Directly, no. Traditionally, we've been a culturally focused and driven society of people, right? And a lot of our customs and laws stems from the culture, and a lot of that was inherited from the people who existed before us, our ancestors. So the nation that we call the Maroon Nation is 287 years. And I'm talking since its recognition by the British, right? That recognition came in the form of a treaty. So only sovereigns sign treaties, right? That's one. Like, look at the Montevideo Convention, the definition of a state, you see that a compound satisfies all those criteria. What is the importance of that? One, preserving those lands that we fought and defended and agreed to operate in friendship with the British moving forward. Who's the head of state of Jamaica? The King of England, Britain, Scotland, Ireland, right? That's the sovereign of the state Jamaica, right? Now, who is the sovereign of the land that is Jamaica? Now, we were given a name, Maroons. Maroon was just a terminology. Unfortunately, we've accepted it. But here we are today. we rather to call ourselves the First Nation Jamaicans, right? So if you want to talk about First Nations people, we're the First Nations Jamaicans, right? And we do have rights that are quite different from those who are second generation Jamaicans. These are 62 independence Jamaica. So maybe this will help make it a little bit clearer, right? Because we fought to preserve certain rights, lands, privileges, blood for 80 odd years of war to preserve what we have today. So the operation of this institution, this jurisdiction, has maintained itself since then till now without government intervention. So nothing can change that unless we go through what we're going through now, which is a constitutional reform, similar to what was the 62 order in council to establish a relationship with the state called Jamaica and the British Crown and the British's obligations and debts that existed. What were those obligations? The Treaty of 1738 to the people of the island. Now, I'm going to say Maroon now, you know. Catch my language. The people of the island. So the treaty was recognizing these people of dominion. They were not defeated, right? And then it then opens the perspective to how freedom is then interpreted in our beautiful island of Jamaica. Because truly today, there still lies a choice whether you're on the Maroon side of the fence or you're on the British side of the fence. That's the truth of what exists today in our island. The dual jurisdiction, which is what the man said about the hammer, that if we stamp it, it creates a jurisdictional challenge, right? One which they're not prepared to talk about or deal with. So I'd like to know where all the lumber with the AT stamp is gone. And Ratty, it would mean that at some point there's some claim that should be made on that lumber, right?
This is the stamp, right?
That's the stamp, right? That's the hammer, right? And it has the initial AT for a compound town.
Okay. Oh, when it's stamped.
But in light you mentioned about the Constitution. In light of the reforming of the Constitution that is going on, that conversation that is going on right now, what role does Maroon play in that conversation? Because you have to have a say in that conversation, because you cannot have a constitution without acknowledging the rights and the sovereignty.
The government of Jamaica.
As First Nation Jamaican, exactly. So what conversations have you been having with the Constitutional Reform Committee to acknowledge your presence, your rights and responsibilities?
If you refer to my social media posts, a few posts, I think I have one there that I've pinned at the top of my page. You will see where I think it was in March that we went to the office of the Minister of Legal and Constitutional Affairs to hand deliver what was perhaps my third or fourth letter to that committee to seek conversation and dialogue with them with regards to the same issues we're talking about here. So you see, the same quick step issue is an issue that would be resolved if the dialogue that is necessary regarding constitutional reform and the place of the island's indigenous population, particularly the Maroons, and the relationship of the 1738 treaty, because that's what they're running from, you know. It's the treaty that gives the inhabitants of this island their freedom. It's that treaty that so many people have been shunned away from that actually possesses your freedom, but they want you to push it out the door. So what this is coming under is they're trying to force all the indigenous communities to the argument of indigenous rights, which is different from when you're talking about treaty rights. Very, very different. So in defending my treaty right, I'm also defending my land. That's the problem, because any encroachment now becomes an international issue as it pertains to the violation of that treaty and the lands covered under that treaty. You see the significance now? So I find and I believe the government is deliberately avoiding any contact with a compound or myself because we've expressly invoked this treaty and we've shown that we have the knowledge and intelligence of how to use it, how to maneuver and engage with international diplomatic entities and also agencies who represent those rights and responsibilities. So, you know, I don't know. It is the fight that we've come upon and it is the road that is in front of us. But our aim is to have amicable resolutions in all these things because constitutional reform would address the Maroon situation once and for all and would put to rest all this question that we keep talking about sovereign and this and that. The challenge is that where these examples already exist, our government is not willing to explore them, even as we have presented them to them, right? We have not gotten a response from them regarding constitutional reform, nor any acknowledgement.
Maybe getting our next call, another call, coming on back. But you know, we want to say something about the mahogany itself, you know, because that are not a poor man, that truckload of mahogany there. Now go to no poor man house. Remember you can't buy a little pitch pine bed, you know. Yes, he's back. Yes, chief. Yes, chief.
Yes. Sorry, go just ask that question again, my brother. My aunt.
Yes, I was saying now with the mahogany, expensive lumber, make some beautiful furniture, expensive furniture. We know that now got to know little poor man. So when them get that call, we don't even fear if but I think nowhere is most them come for this. Them come for this rapid. Right? The chief gone on that gone off again that can get the next call. Because I'm a cheap lumber that in a ratty. And I like some little poor man I think that some little poor man that buy it because they might build some mahogany furniture or something. Them they're going to some hotel or some uptown houses. Yeah? And when you see director come into the space, yeah, and then them kind of police and them come with soup, them come with inspector, you know, something like one. Government behind this. Andrew, you're behind it. You are doing these things. You understand? And a time, and this a time now, and I was serious about it. Andrew, you with the 21%. Remember, you know, the last election, you know, 79% of people not vote for 21%, you know. You're not even a real prime minister, brother. And you're running on the country at time for this.
But Wayne, you make a very good point right there, Wayne. 37% of Jamaicans right now see Andrew in an unfavorable light, which is more than the people that voted for him in the last election.
Yes.
21% voted for him in the last election, right? And
yes.
right now, 37% of them have unfavorable view of him.
Yes. But you know,
so something is radically wrong with that picture. So he has never been popular.
No.
He used a crisis to call an election, a pandemic, when people stayed home because of their safety, and rightly so. But what did he do after he won the election? He started to punish the people. Now you have a situation with Beryl and this in St. Thomas, Wash's the council that passed, and they should do a by-election. What did they do? They went to the parliament and they changed it from 30 days to 90 days. And so you see that, and what they're using is Beryl. So I can't understand how you're going to use Beryl as your reason for changing it when you had a general election in a pandemic. This is just one district. One district. It's not the entire country. One district.
Yes.
So you see that the corruption is too much. So when you have the situation with Chief Currie, and nothing they say you can believe because of how they lie. If you want to know how much the government lie, tell them to open their mouth. And I'm just concerned about Chief Currie and the Maroons and their safety, because these people cannot be trusted. And like Ratigan said, let his lawyers go and deal with the issue. He shouldn't go. He's safer in his territory. He shouldn't go. And I think we're all echoing that same sentiment that let the law, let the legal people deal with it, not him.
Yes. And make I tell you something. You have thousands of people living at that space. And I'm going to say something to Chief Currie. If you go down there, sir, you make sure you have too much people at the police station. Make sure you have even 4,000 people come with you. No joke. Because if you stand up in strength, if they start calling you Dan, because the police station take over duty completely. That's totally disrespectful. That means them are fine. You understand? If you call a duly elected and you call him Dan. And that's the problem with these police, you know, those police, you know, where we call them criminal police, criminal with badge and gun. Yeah? And Minto, let me tell you straight, because you watch this. You know that you're Anjo Minian. Me talk straight, we don't go around here. We know that he's the Minian. Me talk, listen. We have your file, we know that you're one of the Minian. You're not different from Gov't or any one of them. Yes, Chief Currie, you're back. Yes.
Okay. Yes. Yeah, man. I mean, the situation is unfortunate.
One thing before you go. Sorry, Chief Currie. So, do you know where this current set of lumber, where it is now? Who has custody of this current set of lumber, and how that will be resolved?
Someone told me that the article that was posted today said that the lumber was at Constant Spring Road. So it wasn't delivered to the location that we agreed that it would be. So I would again, at this point, assume that there's no point in trying to have a mediation setting because, again, the trust has been broken amongst the people. So Superintendent Minto and whoever I want can go over to Quick Step, but do whatever it is them feel like they need to do after this to bring any result that they need, they think they can bring. I will tell you this, Chief Currie will not be putting himself over into Quick Step anymore to try and bring any resolve or safety to them. If they want to go over there and create an international situation and shoot up the indigenous people over in Quick Step, that's for them and their government to answer and deal with the repercussions of it. I will no longer be offering my services in the way that it was offered. I will continue to talk to my people, to represent for my people, and do what is right to build, feed, and nourish our communities, right? So that is my mandate. That's what I came here for, to make the change that was necessary and to rid the space of the rampant corruption that has been keeping down the indigenous people of Cockpit country and stifling us of the dignity that we deserve. We're greater than they say we are. And I'm here to prove that.
Yes, sir.
Chief Currie, you mentioned that you were contacted by the councillor for that area. Have you been contacted by the MP?
Let me tell you something. The MP, which is J.C. Hutchinson, Minister Hutchinson has made it very clear in no uncertain terms that he's not a fan. And he runs his operation within this area through certain people within the community, right? And it has been very challenging trying to get through to him at varying points. I even invited him to our January 6th celebrations, and he didn't even respond. So I don't know if there is even a relationship, to be honest, Ratty. I've been here 3.5 years now, and I've never seen him here since I've been here.
When does the term end, and can you be re-elected?
Yes, the term ends 2026. February is the due date for elections, right? So we have another year and maybe about a half to go. So some work to be done, but I'm proud of what we have done and accomplished thus far and the way that we've paved for the future development of our people and our space. So, you know, I'm humbled, but I'm also grateful for everyone who has been there and in not just a passive way, but actively engaged in understanding what we've had to be doing, right? To really
So Hutchinson claim he's not a fan. But at the same Hutchinson, we take the 1,400 acre land. Hutchinson, right?
Yeah.
So
Hutchinson.
I
Yeah.
give thanks again, guys, for having me, right?
Yes, yes. You can hear me?
Yeah, man.
You
Yeah,
can hear me? Yes, man.
we missed what you just said. We missed it for about a few seconds.
Okay, yes. I was saying, I don't remember, I think I lost my train of thought, but I will keep
You were
in
talking
touch
about
on-
you're talking about the work that you were doing on the re-election efforts.
Right. So I'm saying the work that we've done for the time that we've been here has been none short of amazing in the time that we've been able to do it with the limited resources that we've had and the people who have come alongside us to help work with us in fixing our community issues. By the end of this year, Ratty, we're supposed to have water in a compound, running water. That is great. That's the greatest thing for me. It was one of my greatest ambitions to bring back water to this community. And I think at the end of this year, we should have that. And for that, I'm grateful. Farming is a big thing here. We'll have more opportunities to go out into the field and produce crops to sustain ourselves and, nourish others who will need it very soon, right? There's so many things that are in the pipeline of what we're doing as far as development is concerned. But we keep getting setbacks. Like yesterday, and the stories of the papers today, they act as setbacks to turn people away from wanting to come here to work with us and to do productive work. So we do with what we have.
The message of the Maroon is a significant message to in the annals of history, the Jamaican history, and but it just seems that the only time we hear about the Maroons is usually when we have an incident like this. Is there any concerted effort on your part and also on the part of the community to say, listen, the history of the Maroons and our plight and our challenges, it shouldn't be whenever we have a crisis. It should be an everyday thing that we're educating the wider Jamaican population about who we are, our connection and all of that. Is there any effort in that direction?
Yes, Ratty, particularly from our side. The government is keen on telling one side of that story, right? And with the resources they have and the media power that they possess, it's quite hard at times to counter the narrative that's been spun, right? So from our perspective, we've been doing a lot on the ground within the schools and also through the tours, educational tours and informational tours that we do here in the space. And what we want to do is move a lot of that activity and information online where people can access it. So we have a website, right? We intend to enrich that space to allow people to get back to their roots and, dig in to the heritage of who we are as a people. I'm also writing a book, right? Giving the interpretation of the history and the unravelings of my encounters as chief and pointing to my vision and perspective for our communities in a new age Jamaica. So there's a lot that we're trying to do, Ratty. It's the resources that are needed and the funds to execute it without sparing time, of course, which is the premium in this whole conversation.
Right. Let us show you something, Ratty. Hold on. This is a JCF. Them up there, so Google too, and barely fix barely and them. This are them propaganda machine kicking now. Look on this. Look on this headline. Investigation. Abduction, obstruction, forestry department agent. Abduction and obstruction of forestry department. Abduction, anybody you hear about
that sound like them want to bring some charges,
Because they're not,
well, they can't. Well, Ratty, let me tell you this. As I said, I was not made aware of any incident in Quickstep until Saturday morning when I saw that missed call from Superintendent Minto. And that whole thing started. Sorry, you hearing me?
Yes, we hear you.
You hear me?
Yes,
that incident started from Friday, I believe. and I was not made aware of anything happening in Quick Step until the Saturday, right? So, sorry, I lose you again, guys. I'm not hearing you. Hold on.
We're hearing you clearly. We're hearing you clearly.
Okay, okay, yeah. So I'm not aware of what they're talking about in terms of abduction and all of that stuff, right? Again, let me say this. I'm gonna say this loud and clear to the people out there, right? I was called and informed of what was going on. I was asked if I could make some calls and see how best we could come to some understanding in fixing the problem. I had absolutely nothing to do with anything that the papers or whoever it is in the background is trying to conjure up. And it is for those reasons why the trust that is there cannot flourish, because of things like which you just showed me a while ago. I did not see that article, but I will go and look at it. Thank you for that.
You know what? The police send this to me, you know, because you have some good cop. I not thought the criminal with badge and gun, but this, I want them at some property. Google too. And let me just tell
you. They say abduction. You see that? You see that?
Abduction.
Yeah, the article. Yeah.
See that? And if that was, see that? The Jamaica Constabulary Force. See what them put out?
An obstruction, yeah.
You see the abduction and obstruction. A forestry department agent. A forestry department agent when they go there, thief Morgan. That are not some good people want this. You understand? That are some big boy want to make some expensive furniture. Yeah? And this the
hey guys, listen, bless up here. I'm going to make some call. I need to do something. See? This is a serious thing, and we're not going to take it. We're not going to take it live. It's not
we have the support. You have the support. You have the support.
I know Sir Richard Currie stand up and defend Maroon and defend the Jamaica people and defend rights and freedom. We're not surrender to no government, no corruption, and we're not put ourselves out there to nobody. We are trying to intimidate and create a strenuous situation for we have constituents. We're here as elected leaders. We have mandates and fiduciary responsibilities. If you're not prepared to live up to them, step aside. Blessings, yes, Jamaica. Blessings, everybody.
Bless up. Yeah. Good. Good, man. Yes, man. Yesterday, I cook up something, you know. This is how they cook it up with you and James, brother. They cook it up with you and James. I tell you something with the even Ruan James. See them cook him up there. So anybody when only shampoo within 21%. 21% about him, not even a prime minister. Him not even duly elected. Because you should have some runoff if you get 21% anywhere in the world. You know, you have to get some runoff, don't it? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. This
after the voting population, brother, and they put them on a BX.
No, but hold on a second. Remember what the policeman tell them, you know. Uno control up here, so but wait till we catch you down on the flats. So why would the chief go down there then? Me not go down there. You mad? And after me go say this about obstruction and abduction and obstruction, me not go. I cook up a charge.
Them a cook up charge. And I say forestry. Forestry one a criminal too, you know. I remember when I cook up charge, remember we go on start watching.
You see, no. Well, that's what I ask the chief, you know, if them did file any action for the stolen for the theft of property, for the thing there.
With something, you know.
Yeah, you need to file that. And then also you need to file some civil lawsuits against the government and Minto and the guy, the forestry guy director, all of them. You need to file. And the policeman who tried to cut the window.
Yeah,
him forget charge stuff, right? Yes. And all of the ones them up there who misbehave and things, them need to get some charges filed. Them need to get some charges filed.
Yeah. Minto behave bad and hear this. St. Elizabeth, on the rise up, and you don't want him in there, man. You don't want him in there. No, him for go away. Him for leave. You want a police.
It's a real estate master, they say, we'll get involved. Well, look, here's how we get involved. We have to be invited. We can't just run in and jump in and the things, so, you know. Yes. They have to say, listen, we need enough help with the certain things, and then we'll come to only, you know, our people and say, okay, here's what's required. We are go or we not go. Because when we are move as one unit. We don't want to move and some go sideways, some go back way, some run and some hide. No, we go as one unit. But it'll go work out, man. It'll work out. It'll work out.
Yeah. Can we not sit down and make them do this? So right now, them have to up charges.
It's a pity, Chief Currie, because Mystic just sent me a question to ask him whether or not the government recognizes his sovereignty as the leader, as the chief, you know, and it doesn't appear that way at all.
Maria, him say them call him and him
say yes. Him say yes.
Him say
yes.
Him say father in law.
They respect it. So they respect his authority as the chief for the
him go and them sign and they don't in the parliament there and them they recognize him, but they want to break it because they want to cut the mahogany and they want to mind the place.
You see what happened? What think happened, you know?
That's a problem for them.
What think happened, you know? I think them recognize him and them say, okay, we're gonna work with him now and teeth out things out there. And then him say, no, it can't go so. And then them just say, we don't want him. Them say, we don't want him.
Somebody say, yo, I get rid of cats for them time, you know. He was after them stay. I mean, as I said before, Minto is a yes man to you know. Him a minion. You know, him a min, M-I-N, top, him a minion top. Minto a minion to you know. Him a 100 million.
No, you see, me's a different kind of coot now because you say if me does and Minto say, but that's the team say, but I look on one of the subordinates and say, listen, may I ask you under the law if you arrest Minto.
Of course.
Now, if you arrest him right now, and if you not arrest him, you'll bring charge against you.
I'm Minto.
Arrest him. Yeah, I'm Minto.
Yes.
Yeah, would I do it?
The one we call him that done, you know, him to get charged to, you know.
Forget
What
charge.
you know, him elected. So when you call when it's him a dictator. No police are supposed to.
Because here's the thing.
Eh?
What is the definition of a don in the Jamaican parlance? It's a criminal.
It's a criminal.
No, in the words of Catherine Daly, you know, it's only one dollar and Clarendon.
I done a van.
You know, I check them like you know, because they say you're done. So they might get out done now.
Yes, they bring charge against him too.
Yes.
They bring charge against him. Hey, them lucky. You know what? I'm going to put in for going to go practice law down in Jamaica because I get the chance to do it during COVID and I just said, Chuck, me can't bother. Because he said, me the amount of lawsuit that I filed, every day I file one. Yeah. Every day I file one.
You would be one of the few good lawyers practicing there because 75% of Jamaican lawyers are dishonorable. So you and I sat and, you know, you'll be one of the few good ones. You'll be part of the 25% that are honorable attorneys who respect their profession and the people that you work for. Yes.
Now, I said something I show some people and some boss, you know. Because you have some little liar down there now will push up them head. Them still a take coke, you know. I want to know them things that when I tell them King Council, yo, I'm going King Council, so them know them say, just come to the say. And who the cap fit way, who not take coke same way. I want to not go to the depot, so now still a take coke. I want to know on the say. Still a snake.
No, Natasha, I would have filed a lawsuit them from Yasa, but because my license down there, I can't do it down there. So I do it from a distance, you know. I'm going with my team. Oh, by the way, it's talking about team. Go ahead.
Mr. Kyle, we have to listen.
Yeah, the situation as it is. Yeah, I want to ask a question because as it relates to the rules and regulation, you know, and the agreement between Currie and the government as it relates to, you know, the processing of the timber. They would have known, right, the agreement, and obviously they had breached it. So I am asking the question, is this used as a pretext to create a mayhem between the government and Chief Currie, right, to push towards maybe calling off general election? I don't know, I'm just asking, because this looks like a pretext to me. They know the rules and regulation, right, and this is an obvious breach. And the second question, where those timber is going? Who is going to in receipt of those timber? This looks funny to me.
I can't answer you, you know, I'm just gone, but I can't answer. I know it's poor people can't even buy pitch pipe to backside. Yeah, man, them can't even buy, them can't even buy pine wood. Apply them buy when them build a little house. Can them not build furniture, so them buy little cheap one. So you know, so them Morgan they're expensive. You know where you know. You know the big boy them place or in some big hotel or something, right? So them sell them feet. When you say director, go down the director, it bad.
Well, it's a lot of development, so I don't know.
Oh. That's it.
There's a lot of development going on.
Yeah. Where Mystic said, there's a lot of development going on.
So she needs her own hardware and lumber.
No we are talk. No we are talk.
Yes, ma'am. Cool. Yeah, Mystic, cool. Yeah, man. Yeah, Matty.
Yeah, man. This thing about the chief, it's what you know what? I say, I come from a different club because legally me believe in being aggressive. So me would now wait on some of them things if are happening. You know. Me have file all over the place. Me have file with international agencies. Me have file with local agencies. Right? Because and like me said, the thing with because look, you have to realize that a man like Mr. Minto, based on what we heard, he's not acting on his own accord. He might get instructions, right, as to what to do. And therefore, and then when a policeman like that, you gotta tell him the law, and they must say, boy, I mean, I don't want to get mixed up in this. The law is the law. You mean you don't want to get mixed up in this and mixed up in that? Maroon thing. The law is the law. So we have to go file some kind of action against him with the police services commission, with all kind of commission. Because that's the only time, you know, you have to lean in the wind. That's the only time them respect you. If you lean back, them are going to just blow you over and walk all over you and trample. And then, well, you always are going to be on the defensive. You always have to respond to something them do. No. You're supposed to go up on the attack. Go up on the attack, man. No wait till in time the thing almost finished. You realize, oh, right, you know, I can't lean forward. No, lean forward from the beginning. When them lean, you lean, you know them. So, yes, I hope him not go tomorrow now because this sound like them I set him up. Him come down there tomorrow. And when him come down, them just grab on upon him. You know? And you know it go already. Once you grab the leader, you know, and you have certain people that work with you in the community, you know it go already. You have your traitors them in the community. And so once that go on, them just replace him and put somebody else in there with them can work with and thief the resources. God knows how much mahogany come out of that community.
And not only that, they want to mine in cockpit country, you know.
There you go.
They want to do a lot of mining in cockpit country. And what is preventing them is Chief Currie, who is standing up for the rights of the Maroons and the cockpit country against the government. So they want to do anything to move him out of the way. And it cannot be that but you know something, it can be because this is a government that has no respect for the Jamaican people at all. Them rights, none of that. They don't respect the Jamaican people.
When the Prime Minister tell you say there's only one sovereignty in Jamaica, right? That's a clear message. When the Prime Minister go mash up people's house, right? That's a clear message. And so what will have to happen is that whether you believe in the treaty and what the treaty stand for and this and that, you have to understand this, that despite the differences, when you have a common enemy, you have to unite and fight against that enemy. And it's the Maroons now. Could be you tomorrow. Right?
But
could be you tomorrow.
Yesterday,
what I'm saying, any friend of my enemy is my friend. Or any enemy of my any friend of my enemy is my friend. You know, so this is and you know something, Rattigan, well, and on the subject of the Prime Minister's wanton disregard for the Jamaican people, I was watching, I think I sent it to you on Wayne, this town hall that they had, and the people are asking the question about accountability. How can the people of Jamaica hold the government accountable? And all they can hear is about accountability. Oh, don't you see that? Oh, how we're going to hold the president accountable? You're not a president yet, idiot. we have a prime minister. We need to know how we can hold the president, prime minister accountable. What about the rights of the people? And nobody is, to this day, even though 88% of the people in Jamaica are saying we need more accountability from government, they are not paying any attention to that.
No,
they're not answering that.
Let me show you. Go ahead.
I once got up on the phone, I tell you something about some nice. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, man. If I should know who are around and target everybody who believes credit show, they force them to pay 15,000 a year for life. And we who buy the lumber, we already buy it from the sawmill, who already pay for forestry. We don't go to first to put lumber, we buy the lumber from a third party. And we have to pay 15,000 a year. Just $250 to register. And they are calling police, and we cannot, they are saying that we cannot function without paying $15,000.
So tell me something now, but we never heard this before. When them start to this?
They start a couple of years, then Portia win the election, they stop, and they started back.
Oh, so then it started and Portia in the election and it stopped and then Andrew started back. Oh, so do start it. Okay. You know, so them are pocket money. All right. Leave that back. What? So you have to register. So them come to you, you have build furniture, and them say you have to pay 15,000 plus 200 hours to register.
They have a whole heap of salmon sending out.
What?
To people go to court. Yeah.
Court?
Court.
But Andrew, that's why we see why we come to stop, man. It's okay. All right. All right.
You know, I mean, we are listening to Currie and everything there, so we can be happy to find a way to call them.
All right, sir.
Just listen, you know? Yeah.
All right, respect. Cool. So we never even know that. You see, no new taxes. Where do that money have to know? So if I look man there in a little place, I build a little furniture now. We buy it from the lumber yard. Not them kind of mahogany you can't pay for it. So they might find you know you build a little one little thing to say you have to pay them 15,000. Or them summons you and carry a court. You know, see mama up the whole place. Yeah?
Look.
And plus the next month already start. And you pay per year.
Let me ask you a question. When you stamp the lumber, because I see some pictures, them stamp it at the end, right?
Yeah.
All right. And them say they measure it, right? Now, what can stop them from cut off when it go down there? Cut off with the stamp there. Yeah. So now you have a different measurement, so them can say this is not the lumber will come from up the south.
No, but tell my wife, if you cut it, you have to say you the sack two different things. And if you cut it, we are no say cut it to you know.
Yeah, but you know, no stamp not upon it, so you know them cut it and you
no, but they have the measurement. They have the measurement, you know.
Yeah,
so you cut it off.
No, but when you cut it, it's a different measurement, so them can say it's not the same, it's not the same come from, because it's a different measurement.
Yeah, no, but they have their measurement to prove. So then I
feel the measurement. But what I say is that them can't have the stamp, and then because they never follow up before, and I said where we lumber there, where money there, them just cut off the stamp and say, hey, it's a different measurement we did have done and that.
Yeah, because here you have a point there. Because here's the thing is now he said now this current number from yesterday is at Constant Spring, when he was told it was at a different spot, but he was not told to Constant Spring, different location. So that is why he doesn't trust them, so he can't deal with them.
Right. Here's another thing. With our hope.
It's so rich Beverly Hills. Don't worry yourself. Not Constant Spring not too far from Beverly Hills.
Since them have a problem, right? And them have with the Constitution and them say the Constitutional Reform Committee, you would have think that them say them have the deeply entrenched provisions of it. But you can make something a deeply entrenched provision. And the sovereignty of a people within the sovereign country of Jamaica, that should be a deeply embedded thing. Why is it that them never deal with this issue then in that and say, listen, we're going to recognize the Maroons, they're going to get certain rights, we're going to do this. And then all of them issues that we have right now, you wouldn't have them, you wouldn't have to go back to a treaty, because the Constitution would include that treaty there, and whatever they want to take out that or leave out that. Why them never include them people? I'm gonna ask them that question there. Say, not talk to them people, and will the sovereignty of the Maroons and the sovereignty of Jamaica still be separate and apart as it is now?
Let me show you something, though, that in Canada, in America, you have the indigenous people them same way. And I see them give them rights, I see them do certain things, see them have, them have certain land where say, okay, we deal with them, and that. Them get tourism, them get all kind of things, them make things, And the government makes sure sending them food, them give them money and everything too, You have some different nations, them reject some money, because you have some of us, some of the indigenous people, them reject. Government have like $2 billion US to them. In the US, you have certain people who reject the money, and them have, and the government put it down, it a grow, with interest, if they want it, In Jamaica, it's a different thing, though. Yeah? Because that bringing tourism and do a lot of things there, You understand? And all this come and mash all of that because they want to mine out the land. They want to do what they're doing, they want to cut mahogany. They don't want to see that. They don't want even certain things that mahogany, they want to cut, And it's there, So they just go cut and move. And I use the police. Them I use the police as villain and do them do dirty work. Eh? That's why Holness himself last week, people go to me to ask him, is the crime statistic in St. Elizabeth when we have breeze blow mass the whole place and it must say 30%, meter time down 30%. This is a joke. That's a breaking protocol. That's why I tell you, Holness is not good. For him and go to the soup, then you see what him do? Him use the soup. And him and them use the soup now. Yeah, that's a breaking protocol. The man are going like him on the police force. The police force are going like them are work for Holness. But the other way around, remember, Holness and the police force are work for the people of Jamaica. No separate. No separate, we are sure. Him himself, not the chief servant of the country. Holness. And him say it too. Him say it and him know. But him a behave like a done, like when Siago said the only done don't actively are him. I know your police like our chief career done. Siago say him done, Siago use the word say him done, don't go down on him, Don't actively one done, Yeah? No, you call the chief. You elected a done. This is what crap do, National Security Minister tell them to shoot and then to go and get on. And then put an Mexico said, but worse than Google Gaga. That a Google too, Yeah? And him send out of the foolishness too. Them not good. Them not good. Them set up Ron James. Them set up Ron James. I'm a top of more going to do this because them not car park, Them not car park. Don't have the Supreme Court. Yeah? From the 17th of the 4th, 2024, them not car park. The judge down the judge, and them, down there discuss Ron James case. Judge! And them in a car park, but I'm going to do that tomorrow. Remember, you may go on the date and time. We know what to go on with them. Remember when the ego fly, we know what to go on with them. I know the whole I know what I deal with corruption. When the things are right, I don't have vex. When they not have sense, man. We have to teach them something, Yeah, we have to teach them something, See? But we have to deal with phone case. We have to stop it. We know, I don't know what criminal with Batch and God. Yeah, man. Yeah, you see me I said? PSOJ, no, the PSOJ, them a problem too, Yeah. Yeah, my PSOJ a problem too, man. The PSOJ them a problem. Because them have Android for them million, where them can't get anything and run through anything and do them foolishness. We now put up to this. It will stop. At time for it stop and hold them accountable. And Chief Currie, if you go anywhere, mobilize the people them. If I even 4,000 or 5,000 you walk go down there. Ask if the one of them can come to the station because them can't go where they now go. So you put in 2,000 in the first and you will come and sit down and ask them what they want. 5,000. Yes.
No,
And
man.
then
You see, for me, like, you see, for me, advice, Chief Currie.
Yes.
You see, for me, advice him knowing some. You see, just like Minto can call him 6 o'clock in the morning. Me, as Chief, I advise Chief come tell him, say, call Minto tomorrow morning, 6 o'clock. And tell him, say, you invite him now. Him invite you for come someplace. You invite him for come at your compound or come meet with you.
Yes.
And bring him delegation.
Yes.
Bring him delegation and come there, come meet you. Me not going away. Your mother. Look, person of interest, it don't mean nothing. It don't mean you're obliged to go sit down. That's what I'm saying. It don't mean say you have to go in or nothing like that. You go if you feel like you want to go. Right? Or you can tell them, say, I'm a person of interest. Well, you come check me. Because you have no arrest warrant. You say you just want to talk to me about something, then come talk to me at my place then.
No, but you just talk to him. Minto just talk to him. Minto call him from when there, you know, and ask him for assistance now, and you told him that person of interest. And then this is how the force, Jamaica Constabulary Force, with top heavy, because them the politician up there, so, you know. Them not the police. This is how them date up people, you know, them use the little nasty paper and put you out and talk about abduction and all kind of foolishness.
You see another thing? Another thing is that I'm just to give people benefit of my experience. So I'm gonna say certain things happening in certain parts of the world, particularly like in Africa. See something like this? Chief Currie wouldn't go. Chief Currie have a delegation like 2 or 3 people. You come to Chief Currie as the last resort. You know, come to him as no first resort. You have a last resort. Yeah, so Chief Currie, if you listen to me, you need to have a delegation of trusted people, men and women, a committee. And you have 2 or 3. And whenever you have incidents like this, them go out and then them come back and report to you. And then you make a decision. Yeah, you know, go up on the front line. When the people see you on the front line, you know, them know say a business. You know, run everywhere, anywhere. You don't make yourself too local, too common. You just have a committee. Eh?
You might believe that the man in a wilderness.
Yeah, you have a committee. You say, see my committee, huh? Anything you don't want to talk to. Anything you don't
He's sovereign and Catholic.
Yeah. No,
he's a sovereign and coming to the common people.
No, so when do him have a committee of 2 or 3 people and all issues filter through them. All issues filter through them, and then when them can't resolve it, then them come and say, here's a story, blah, 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 blah. But by the way, them don't make no decision without consulting with you. But you see, when you do that, that's why the brother they can't run up him out and say, I done this and things like that. You know, because them not no respect for him. That's a way to boil down to, you know. Them not no respect for him. You have to make them.
But he has to show his authority and that his authority has some power to it. And say, no, I'm not coming into your space. You want to talk to me? Come into my space.
Yeah, you don't call chief. You don't call chief. You just style him like him a common criminal. But
yeah, and I'm talking about that. That's so disrespectful. I mean to not stop him from saying, I want to duck the glass. So them get this authority, this 21% guy was saying my prime minister. Well, him and a prime minister, listen, 21% plus to declare him asset. Him not declare no in statutory declaration. Him shouldn't even the right, it's right now, Ratty. Yes, Carla, how you doing?
Yes, wait. You know, I had a dream the other night and I saw this entire debacle that took place in Quick Step. And what it showed me is this. When we look what is taking place in Africa as it pertains to the AES, the Sahel states, and those states been taken over by military, but military leaders who want to put things in place so that the people of those African countries can benefit from their resource without corruption. What is happening is that the spirit of that movement is permeating the African continent, but not just there, the diaspora. Chief Currie and what you guys are doing, Wayne, and the others, they know and see that you are a part of that wind of change, and they feel threatened. The change is inevitable because it's prophetic. It has to happen in the African world and in the diaspora, and that is part of the joy that is taking place, because for 200 and something years, the Maroon carried that sovereignty. It is for a reason, because they represent part of the catalyst of righteous transformation for Jamaica. And it will take place in other or states that you have predominantly black people there. They know what's happening. And as you told Currie, do not take this lightly. True. It's deliberate. It's diabolical. That's what I wanted to say.
All right. Respect, Carter. Respect. Yeah, man. Good card. Yeah, man. Good speech, right? Yeah, I say now, Chief Currie. Now, Minto is a bait. Minto, you are a bait. I will know say you are a minion. We are telling you, we not ask you, is a minion. See? You are one of them. You are not real police neither, you know. No. You are a politician. See? This have to stop in a ratty. Them need to stop. When you see a director, you want to see a director go down there, so you have some range on them thing, them people are thief, lumber, now kind of like a foolishness. And why if the man, if them didn't do that, thief, them own lumber, now them that deal with that and deal with that, you won't even kind of police to start the whatever. Right? We take out something and stamp it and own again with the lumber. And then all them know the lumber cut down way up in a quick step, right? Eh? All them know that. Remember at Storm, now we not Storm just kind of day, you know.
Hey, hold on there. You see the article you just showed?
Yeah.
Right? The one, investigations into theft of mahogany, abduction and obstruction of forestry department agents. I charge them one charge the chief, you know. Charge them one charge. Here what it say. Them said the lumber was stolen, right? And that they're investigating the theft. It says this illegal activity has not only resulted in substantial environmental and economic loss, but also endangered the lives and safety of state agents and members of the wider community. Which is fine, right? You want to lock up people for stealing the lumber. You're going to investigate that. But here it's further down. It says, on Friday, July 26, 2024, agents from the forestry department discovered and seized piles of illegally harvested mahogany lumber approximately 8 miles from Quickstep. Unfortunately, their efforts were obstructed by roadblocks and aggressive actions from unidentified individuals, culminating in the abduction and obstruction of these state agents. This blatant disregard for the law and the safety of public servants is intolerable.
Them right, that's right.
Yeah, so this is a charge. I'm going to get ready to charge some people. It says it is imperative to understand that these actions are criminal offenses against the state.
They are criminal.
The individuals responsible for these heinous acts will be identified and brought to justice. We are committed to ensuring the safety of the community and agents of the state as they carry out their lawful duties. And it goes on and on and on.
So you know what thief the lumber. You know what at the big boy, Angel them send them to the lumber, you know. Because this one put us to them be like, yes, nobody not buy it. Hey, you know, go away, you know. You know. No, you be go away, you know. If you get charity, we're going to bring some charge against them on an international level. Them are going too bad. Them piece of shit they are going too bad. Minto, you're not police neither. You're one of them. Listen, we're on your fight. You're a piece of shit. Let me just tell you. Yeah? Someone me, you're a piece of shit, yo. I'm cross over here. I'm make you deal with the case. Here's a piece of shit. Yeah? That's what you do.
The sermon of the next step. The sermon of the next.
I don't know what I clamp you. I say you're a prison to. You're a piece of shit.
You start some of the next year. No, the next year. Come see I get cross now. I'm sermon of the next year for coming.
No, man. See that, brother. No, man. They're total, you know. This is what yeah, and deal with, you know, when them want to build them little dirty case, because them are thief the lumber, we know how to thief them thief. And then we see the stamp, we know the stamp. So, you know, then that stamp it and carry it. So when we talk about abduction and all kind of things, this is where them sit down and then write. Remember telling you something. You should not find about this. We make sure we're not flying. Remember, we have elephant memory. And we have one up on fire. No found. We different from Andrew them when them talk and foolishness, you know. Yeah, yes. I remember, you know, anybody, you wait once a police person has to be there, and when you fly to another police, never want to come up here when I'm a criminal. I want to want to tell you.
Whoa. As a lawyer, man, as a lawyer, I'm not telling you, cease and desist, man. Not gonna further. Just leave it there.
Yeah.
Not go no further. Left it this one.
Not going further.
No. Because them all say you threaten them. Leave it right there, sir. Just leave it. Just
when them fly, brother.
No, just leave it. Just leave it. Leave it there, sir, man. Just leave it there, sir.
Yeah, man. Too much thieves, man. Them are criminal, man. Go in there not to court the thing, them and then you look now, you want to flip it. Them and then they can ask the paper and them thing there. Oh, it's work. Oh, that
and it be me soon come back, man. Me soon come to Canada, man. Me soon come to Canada, man. I run the thing over there, man. You know, we have to keep the thing proper.
Well, I want to say that because but I'm not sure.
Hey, you know, them say some people come and say, boy, are the comments we sit down some yesterday, you know, when they sit down next to him, you know, because him just sit down there without a reason and when I talk the thing. But then as soon as they got him start to boy, I'm on this.
No,
man. But seriously, I said, must set up the chief, you know. They must set up the chief.
They must set up. Them go to figure a criminal, you know. Because you call the man, and you're right, him should know, you know, sometimes when them call you, you know, go there. You know, go there, and he might call you, and you call him. But I remember you can't say no call him. This is why him did that, I do not at all, you know. Because I have it here. So them set him up. See, remember the call, they said, Rati, I'm going to say it to you, you know. You see the big, you see him big name up. I'm going to send this to your brother. See that? Because we have the proof, you know. Because anything we want to try, we have against it, you know. We're putting up in an international law, you know. Yeah? No for no we're going about to police, criminal badge and going to politician. I'm going to like Ronaldo. See name there, you know. See that people. That you see name. See the pattern there.
Total focus, what you say.
Come on, see that.
Oh, Minto, superintendent, yeah.
I see Miss Carlem there. You see it? And see Carlem, look. See that? Let me just go back. Open it. See that? See him Carlem, Minto, I see that? Him Carlem, and see when him write him, I'm put it back in a focus. See that?
Yeah.
Yeah, remember just drop it back in a look of focus so you can see that? When I write 3 man, then them call him back, Superintendent Minto, see getting a focus. See there? Chief Currie, good morning. And that's so hard. See there? Good morning, Superintendent Minto. So him call him, in a way, I call him in a no, and you have put up on a set of people. Them for go, man. Them for move. You understand? Minto and the police. You ask them with police, them to the same the police. Him did up a governor general too, you know. You know, that's everything there. That's the guy Minto, you know. Minto and the police. Minto one of the mini and them man. See? But okay, sit down and make them guy mash up the place at it. No, stop. This have to stop, man. See? This have to stop. So they must set him up. This have to stop. We need to stop. Where you say?
Oh yeah, me see it. Yeah.
You see it?
Yeah.
Currie will be charged. Yeah. So second-hand smoke. The thing I said Currie will be charged. Currie will be charged. You call the man van stop there. And you say the man and block you in, and you call him. Eh? Then we go with Jamaican people who don't allow this to happen. Second-hand smoke, you can't come up for another. Done with you too, you know. Yes. Because we have so much thing for you where when you too, you know, we can get too enough too. Yeah, man. Shall get too enough. Hey, brother. Hey,
what do you say? Man, I tell you, I think I fly in, it took roughly an hour. Then it take another damn hour to gather us and get our baggage off the damn thing at Dulles. So that's 2 hours right so waste. So me just come out on the road here because I thought my daughter was home and it turned out she's down by my house. It's kind of funny. I come visit her and then she dropped the news on me, says she's not there.
Oh.
She down by my house, so she was waiting for me to come home.
Oh.
Yeah. So how's it going?
Yeah, man, we just finished talk to Chief Currie because you know the government send got thief some lumber, some mahogany. Then members of the government send got thief mahogany, and then send
Right.
police, yeah, Minto, aka Minto, and now they want to talk like they want to charge Chief Currie, you know.
Well, you see, I was wondering why them send Minto out there. But remember, Minto is a lawyer. He actually is one of those that gets at the fast track when he come in the police force. And they wanted him to be police chief at some point, commissioner of police.
Chief, I'm a lawyer, for them lawyer, Jamaican lawyer, the Margaret Wash lawyer. For them I take court the same way. And some of them KC, they were, man, them still take court. I mean, no, more than one of them still at take court. I'm a liar, because I liar. Link in case. And the judge them colluded.
Right.
Yes.
Well, you have to keep in mind too, that it was Minto who was chief of school security when Dr. Grace McLean was there. And one of the curious things to me is, did anybody ever report the pilferage of the school accounts about Grace McLean or about the other hotbed, what's the name? The one up on charges? Reese or whatever.
Greed.
So what was the school security for? Was it just to secure the kids, or was it to make sure the funds are being spent correctly there? They need to look at a trifold purpose of taking care of the kids first and foremost, make sure they're secure in school. Second part that I asked him to do, and Grace McLean to do, was to secure the kids on the way to school and on the way home, right? Give them that ability to use application on their phones to report, whatever, if somebody's attacking one of them, or if, somebody come and drag off somebody in the car, give a description of the plate. And see, so many things we were telling them that they could do with the school SOS software that we were giving them. Now, Minto, to his credit, appeared to go along with it, but him was afraid of Grace McLean. He didn't want to say nothing, because the woman, she had very little interest in protecting the kids. And she said, well, I can deal with the kids while they're in school. They're not my problem when they leave. They're JCF problem. And I said, ma'am, the kids are on their way to school and the kids are on the way home. So you have to look at it that these kids are your responsibility till they get home to their parents. The only thing they're going to do at home is do their homework, study, sleep, get ready, and come back to school again. So she controlled the kids and pretty much all week, except for the part where they're sleeping at home, and the parents may or may not be at home to supervise them, So if you give them an alarm system on their cell phone, then it stands to reason that if something happened to them at home, and how many of them, when their head get cut off while they're home, or them get raped at home, or stabbed or whatever. There was a case I remember where this church deacon was molesting the little girl. But who's the? How else is she gonna report it? You know, so many of these molestations occur. Betty Ann Blaine, God rest her soul, they just bury her on the 25th. But she identified molestation after molestation in the community. And the kids them have no resource officers in the community to report it too, because they're under threat. And that's the problem. You know? So they send Minto down there. But they go put when want to put Chief Currie on the wraps.
Yeah, because when I'm doing him call Chief Currie, I send it to your phone and call him. Because they go cut out some mahogany. And when they go cut the mahogany, in that different place. And with them do him call Chief Currie on them phone, you know. Never get him Chief Currie call him back, him text him. Good morning, Chief Currie, and Chief Currie acknowledge him and now when cook up his Currie because it is a minion. Minter's a piece of pig. Minter's a big load of shit.
Man, I tell you,
I do too much wrong now, man. They need to stop this, man.
Yeah. Yeah. But you know, I mean, this kind of policing and this kind of governance is what we used to say under the bad man politicians them in Chicago and in New York, right? Mayor Daley, Chicago, and that other mayor, I can't remember his name, in New York. Ratty Morlek would remember. And these are bad men because they're backed by the mob.
All right.
Right?
Yes. Let me tell you again. Hold on there, because I have something with us coming in. And well, we know this already, Andrew Holness. We know, say, the minion act on behalf of you. Because you see, go down this, and this is about we have a problem with. Him going to hand over the other day and talk to Super. I tell you, say, it's a breach narrative. You know, you have a command, you have the police, to the Prime Minister himself. You have the National Security Minister in America. Maria. The National Security. Right? Him not deal with the National Security Minister. Him go to scoop them themselves. Them all of them are only harder and because Currie. And then for Currie. Eh? How am I doing it? We are working accountable for these things. Oh, we know what's him already, you know. You know Ratty. We know what's him I do it, man.
Well, look, certain things happen without certain people issue instructions, you know.
Let me ask you something though. I mean, ask her. When you have a police force, you as a Prime Minister have any right to call a police by himself and an issue to go arrest anybody? You know have them power there, you're not supposed to do that. But we still do it more than one time. Even the guy on the gate himself, we go on to get away, go and arrest him. And them follow him instruction. Police do police, and if somebody break the law, you arrest them. Not the Prime Minister tell you to go arrest a citizen of the country. Me never see that yet.
What I tell you is that the JCF is not independent. It's not independent.
It's supposed to be.
Yeah, it is supposed to be. It is written as such, but it's not independent. Because what happens is that the position of commissioner is a political one. When I say political, it's not the police service commission independently and objectively look at candidates and say this one is the best one for Jamaica. These decisions are being made at a higher level, and I defy members of the Police Services Commission to come and say they have never selected someone.
You know what
who,
I tell them? Google Gaga. I said, Gugu Gaga. When him, the Prime Minister take him, say, him at the first one,
National Security Advisor.
National Security Advisor to him. And him say, want him to be commissioner. When turn the commissioner, brother. When turn the commissioner, because them hear what Andrew say, and turn him now. I said, I run a police force.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing. It's also an indictment, not only of because the Prime Minister, the Prime Minister not sitting back and said, let the Police Services Commission or Police Service Commission do whatever they want to do. Because here's the thing, even if that is the case, this is an indictment of the Police Service Commission. And you know why? They have constantly picked people who are failures. Make them show over the last three or four police commissions. Make them show you one that has been successful. Starting with Williams, right? Starting with Commission Williams, the one who started out the initiative called Get the Guns, as if the police never have a mandate to get guns, illegal guns off of the street. That a fame claim to fame, get the guns. And him also have the phrase where say he won't stop till him turn over every stone. Him turn over every stone and still not cut no dash. Then you had Quilo. You had Williams, you had Quilo, and I know you have, and then you have Anderson. I know you have this one here, right? Make them show you. Set them to do them job so well that them constantly have picked successful commissioners of police. No, all of them are failure. Every single one of them are failure. If you don't believe me, well, look at the crime statistics.
Of course, you're right.
Look at the crime statistics.
Them use this school this strike 5 she know. You see them have fight. We never see this happening yet. And government 21%. 21% of the voters been getting on. Come 21%. A government have fight for somebody who should have gone home a long time. For what? To save them skin. Them take people and put in a job. People who not qualify. I mash up Jamaica. And I do PR. I run with PR. It will stop. It needs to stop. And we have to point them down. So you have to follow what Andrew said. I will deal with where more deal with. Not like happy. You know that? You know that? Eh? This bad. We have to change up this terrible. This terrible. It them are there come from top because people make call. And when they make call and say, yo, you gotta deal with Currie case, then call the man. And the Currie should have known, say, them a try to beat him up to, him no need to go nowhere. Should have made me to call him. It's go away. Yeah, man. Yeah.
No chip your head, man. No chip your head.
Yeah, man. No, man, them terrible, man. I want to send some of them to prison till me I tell them, man, wait, man. Them must up the country.
Herbalist, hold on there. Herbalist not reach home yet.
They're not reach.
You see? Herbalist, if you did drive like me, that reach home already, you know.
But that's true. That's true. But I stopped into my the nephew's place something. And then like I told you, I had to go visit my sister-in-law's gravesite. Okay. And then after that, I managed to get out because I couldn't get the flight this morning again. Right? Okay. Check-in was too late. And so I had to ask them to switch me to a different flight, and they switched me to the 6:45 one this evening.
Okay.
But
it gave me time to go pay respect.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Yeah. See nothing of Brittany say if me scare Andrew. Brittany look for me. Look like my friend on the body. Listen, I am doing my level best to protect the people of Jamaica from the Prime Minister. And somebody might ask, why? And then all I have to say is just look at the decisions that he has made over the years. First of all, look at how promising he was when he came into office. Right? When he come in office, people want a change. And look how promising he was, and look how people embraced him and how people felt about him. And then look now to where he is. That is not by accident. This is not a mistake. This is people rebelling against the cruel and wicked stances that he has taken against a whole host of people. And the thing about it is that he's doing things right in front of our eyes, and some of us are pretending as if they're not happening. You know, when him, the thing that readily comes to mind was when him said that they have gangsters over in a Bernard Lodge over that side. Yeah. Gangsters over there build up house. And remember, like Lonesome Short, where him say every poor man supposed to build a mansion. Yes. And then when him fly the drone and see the house, and him say, where them people are, oh, them get them house here. And like him I said, them not have the money for building them house. It must be some illegal means. Yeah, illegal. And then when him go, him claims that criminals live there, him mash up the place, and then him come back and say, no, I'm not a criminal. Then we'll find out the only criminal is a criminal who work in a constituency, the headmistress or the teacher in one of the schools.
Headmistress. Not the headmistress, people, the headmistress to the school. Yes. Headmistress.
You see, this prime minister has had so many opportunities to come clean. What he should have done is come clean and tell the people the real way to make money and to build their own house. Right? Don't have to be in Beverly Hills. Can be anywhere else. Hillshire, right? Forest Hills. All the other hills in Jamaica, if they want to build a house up there. He should tell them, you know, brick by brick, stone by stone, how much it costs. And how they must get the money. Because he has a plan that works for him. So why not share it with the rest of the country? Of course, I surmise that if it's both money that disappeared, then you're gonna have other stars' money gonna be disappearing, so people can build them castles. The him is the one 7 man must build them own castle. So he might tell us he got his, so we must get ours. So he really and truly needs to speak to the people and give them a plan for success, where they can build their own home and live comfortably, right, in Jamaica. Because people are miserable, them not living comfortably, right? And of course, the hurricane just made it worse for some people. And then brought there with them 2 empty hands instead of taking not even a case of water. You take down there for the people there. Really ridiculous. I'm going to him 2 empty hands. And I'm going to tell the woman, say, that she must not think about what government going to do for her, but what she and the rest of them need to do for themselves. Yeah, I mean, this is the mentality of the man. The insulting mentality that he has for his people. You expect better from him, and you get disappointed every time. It's just pure craziness going on.
Crazy, more than crazy, you know. But the man sit down hard and fix him up Jamaica. Can you imagine? You have people on the right mind that says, okay, let's see if it's in 5 months, who will do that? You think people are that? In say can buy about the head of PR, we allow you for the PR and to say no one send someone over prison. And just get the youth that do all kind of things. And here when I'm saying at the paper now, that's why him invest in the head part of the police force. Him invest heavily up there. Not down here for the rank and file up there. That's him saying, not sweet. See, bullshit and talk ratty. Yeah, man, ratty. You have time for knock him out. Yes.
Well, For not the police, there's so many agencies, so many people to blame. You know what I mean? For the lack of performance. Like I said, the mandate is to serve, protect, and reassure. And I guarantee you that only a very small percentage of the Jamaican population would tell you that yes, the police are serving, protecting, and reassuring. Very few people would say that. In fact, most people I submit to you would say they're criminals, right? No, yeah, but here's the thing, no, I don't. I seriously, I don't. I believe um, the criminal sect of the JCF is a very small crew of people, and them cause people for color the whole organization, paint it with a broad brush. But part of that too is what we need to look at is look at, okay, if it's a small segment of the JCF, where is this segment? Where is it? And I submit to you again, people, that it's somewhere up there. It's not down there. It's somewhere up there, because if it was down there and not up there, they would have wiped that out long time. It's not gone. There's somewhere up there. It's up there. And why do I say it's up there? Here's what happened now. Corruption and inefficiency. Because talk about inefficiency, right? And I'm being generous with the term. You have a policeman like your one of your favorite friends, Lonzo. You call him Mr. Bailey. You call him by a different first name. I call him. No, no. Here is something. Here's something we'll do. We'll start on the reason we're trying, we'll start a segment called "Looking Back," right?
Yes.
And the 91, that's we're gonna pull back some of them stories there, and we're gonna say what happened, what's going on here. And to them, I discussed this with a very dear friend of the program, ardent supporter, strong supporter. And we got to the police. I was saying, you know what? Instead of say looking back at this crime, the Patrick Bailey crime, the crime that occurred in my house, and looking back at this with the fertilizer, looking back. When it comes to the police, you can actually do a looking back on Fitz Bailey, because so many things went wrong under his leadership and stewardship that you can just do it. You can pick them up, like you can say looking back at Boscobel Airport, right? I mean the Ian Fleming Airport in Boscobel. What happened there? But you could have just easily do a whole segment on looking back at Fitz Bailey, and you're going to come up with a whole.
That yes, a good thing if you do it. But there's something in that. It's burning about that reality. Me do it, man. Me have it up there. Yeah, man. See it. Yeah, these are the things that you look for. What are the things they went do? And tax is really dangerous. Very. Even a police. He's not a police.
But they don't give a sense of professionalism, as if they know what they're doing. They go about it in a responsible way. Them don't give a sense. They get the sense that it's just pure corruption. And when you don't have corruption, it's inefficiency and lack of training. People don't know what they might do, right? And that is not good. That cannot be good for the National Police Service. Cannot be good. When you have a group of policemen, you look at them and you don't know if them know them head from them foot. And you say it, and you said to yourself, I wonder what go through them head. But you see, it starts at the top, Start at the top. And recruitment is a very significant part of policing. Who you bring into the ranks is because if you bring in somebody good, trust me, they're not going to. If you bring in somebody bad, they're not going to be good just because them join. They're not going to be good because them join. You even bring in people who good and them turn bad when them join. So can you imagine when you bring in the bad ones? And that is what
them leave enough by the 100.
Yeah,
and
them
they're criminal, The one them when
they don't do a good job. They do not do a good job recruiting people. They don't do a good job. And then you have the police commissioner who's there now. Him coming through the side door now. He never go through the ranks like everybody, like go through the police academy and working way up the ranks. Him coming through the side door as an assistant, assistant superintendent, right? And I've heard that he's related to somebody who was previously the commissioner and all kinds of things I've heard. I don't know if that's true. Huh?
Him does promote him baby mother to, you know, she assistant commissioner and the one nation, you know. They promote her.
Yeah.
So now him have him never, him a commissioner, him never know in a commissioner rank, a commissioner. When a good night, him a go too. Him a go so like, but I want Google better than him, you know. The one where they know, Kevin, him a go two. Not two, you know, two. Act two.
Kevin just
Commissioner.
When last name? I know Smith. Blake, yeah, Kevin Blake. Commissioner Blake just don't give.
Kevin Fiat, not Blake. Kevin Fiat. Yeah, man, Kevin Fiat, not Blake. Kevin Fiat, him there.
You have to give him title, man. You have to give him and title and give him name. Don't take away name from him, man.
Sometimes I have to give him a peer. Him not a police. He's not a police man.
Just you know, like a leader will come on and exude leadership. That you look and you see the man, you feel the presence. You know what I mean?
Yes,
and you say, yeah, I would have followed this man, yeah, into battle. You just don't get that sense from listening to him talk. Him just look like him have the deer in the headlights. Look like him say, "Well, I'm there, but me don't know what me I do." You know.
You know Doopy?
Who Doopy? Who name Doopy?
Joopy.
Droopy?
Yeah.
Who name Droopy?
I'm going to show you Joopy. And you say Kevin Fake and me say Joopy, right? I'll show you Joopy. Tell me if I'm a Joopy this.
Oh, am I talking about? Am I them?
Look on this. The Jamaica Commissioner of Police. Look just upon him face and everything.
Next thing you'll call him sleepy.
Yeah, I'm sleepy. Just upon him. I like it. Just upon him. Just upon him. No Joopy this. See that Joopy? You see? Just look upon him. You know, let me show you. We can put them picture together. Let me show you him.
But if we're gonna, the idea that them say that them come out and say, hey, we're hiring people now with advanced degrees and this and that. What them don't understand is advanced degrees no fight crime. Or people fight crime. Advanced degrees no fight crime. Just because you have an advanced degree, I mean, it's good. It shows some kind of discipline, academic discipline, but it no means say when you come out in the real world, you know where you are though. It don't mean that. And you know what? You know what, Lonesome? If having, yeah.
No, Joopy. See that same thing that's upon people. See that Joopy, don't they? I mean, sure about Joopy.
Let me tell you something. This police commissioner, he have a PhD, right?
So let me say.
All right. Now, let me tell you something. Because Minister Chang say it all the time, and talk about and even the Prime Minister say it all the time that let's see it, man.
Just look on him. See that, look on him. See that? No, him that look on him eye. Look on him. I'm Joopy.
I'm that.
Yeah.
But if them say that them is a more educated, it's a more polished, is a more professional police service now. But hear what happened now. You see, if achieving accolades in education could have fight crime, then guess what happened? The police commissioner where we had named Williams.
Mm-hmm.
Him would have stopped everything because guess what happened now? Here's what happened now. That is a policeman who went through the ranks, went through the police academy, working way up, and got a PhD in criminal justice.
Mm-hmm.
Not automation or IT or something like that. Him have it in criminal justice, and him come up. Dr. Carl Williams, him come up through the ranks, right? Go through the academy and come through the ranks. Went to school and got a PhD in criminal justice, and him couldn't stop it. Now, why we think education now should be the litmus test for solving crime in Jamaica? It is not. It is not.
Make us have something to you. Me and the Prime Minister use something to stop crime. Because such Maroon can't stop crime. Right?
Kirby, all right?
Yeah, man. But it's at the go around the idiot in front of
like you almost somebody blow you, with them. So like you almost like somebody and them blow you.
I'm all right, man. Hey, listen. You talk about how many. It's from the time of Trinity, when Trinity was a sergeant and driving around. Edward Siaga. Wasn't from that time that policemen started going to school to become lawyers and stuff like that, or was it earlier than that?
No, after
Because it means
he got to a lawyer. After I don't know him, I do him. Can you remember they kill him? He killed him wife first and then turn lawyer, right? They shoot him wife and say, yes. Yeah, and then shoot him wife. Yeah. After the drive on Panama something go off or something, right? Self-defense. Then no, I'm turning Christian first, and then they let him go. Jamaica, them say them have Jamaica don't go country me, them have police with type, you think a cowboy, Trinity. Now you have one a day and twice on Sunday. No police are supposed to have but no, in a real country, in a real world. Me can't see police and I call him, you miss a one a day. And twice on Sunday. You might tell them what people killing them. Ox, this, that, bigger food, this, The whole of them have name, it's bad.
Them have put in your karate judge.
Karate judge, criminal that man. Karate judge. Yeah, man. Tell them name and then go. They tell him a Batman police, man. Batman police. Crime fighter. You don't want crime. Me I tell someone you want to prevent crime. You don't want to fight crime. We don't want to fight crime. When crime don't commit already, then you fight it. So when you're not fighter, look now, ratty, man dead. Then you say you're not fight the crime because the man him done dead already. Place done broke, so you're gonna deal with the crime after you fight crime. You don't want to fight crime. Yes.
Hold on there. But you say crime occur and them do this. When you see crime occur in front of them, see what with the lumber. It's a crime that occur in front of them, with the lumber,
Yes.
And the man them tell him say, no. Me can move the lumber, go down at the police station, or go somewhere, or go this and that. That's a crime. That's his evidence.
Hold on. So all right. So if them say a crime, you come right back there. So how is it you first to see a crime committed and you don't call the police and make them take fingerprint or something? Because man cut the boats and I start making fingerprint or the pan. You're not supposed to go and move it then. Why you not put your hand on it? No, just think about it. If a crime committed, right, like that, they are calling the police and them that do what they do because they want to catch criminal who do it. Maybe some fingerprint in the database or something. Not true, right? Because you have to move it, don't you?
Look, the first thing I'm supposed to do, right? You see the truck with that thing there. That is a whole crime scene right there by itself, right? And then the lumber, that's evidence, right? Because it don't have the stamp. Yeah. You don't have the stamp, so evidence. So whoever drive that truck there, then there should have be people of interest. There should have be people of interest. Them have to tell you. Huh?
Them are police that work. I don't know that them investigate it. If you have a crime committed anywhere at all, you call the police to deal with it. In Jamaica.
Right.
Police are not supposed to pack it up and say, hey, a crime committed there. So when them carry it and carry it off with them place, how you deal with the crime? How you deal with the crime? The police are supposed to seize that as evidence and things. Who you carry go to court when forestry take it and go with it? And then contaminate the crime scene. I be like them are telling them people. It don't make no sense. What them are talking don't make no sense.
Yeah, look, you stop the vehicle, you say, okay, we don't see the stamp on it. So that means then that this is illegal, right? This is illegal harvested lumber because, and then when the Maroons them show up and say, yeah, we never stamp it because we never know this are going, right? So then you know what happened now. As far as me out there, as far as me concerned, a crime has been committed, right?
Yes.
So then what happened now? The lumber now is evidence. The lumber is evidence, and the people who are transported, them people are people of interest. Actually, them are more than people of interest. Them are suspects.
Of course, but no,
them have to tell me now where them get
it. Them call them on the crime scene, right? Them call the crime scene. Them call them on the crime scene, and then they are. I mean, I'm holding 10 feet and the bench. I just turn him in and the I used to be not alone that boy. Look at all the things. Paper won't have done. Yeah, that's what they do. It's just and then I use the Jamaican force. This is for
See, Freedom raised up an interesting point. Freedom said, don't forget the truck with the stolen cows. Remember that truck there? The juicy beef the truck? What happened to them? What happened to that case there? Urban for mute. What you might there?
Them say, I say, one man wants to sell them cow and then send for examine the cow with butcher, with chuck. For them to beef chuck with them. Full it a cow. No, me sell a cow. And you're going to say, how much chuck for my cow? And you can't, me no not boy, you know, you can carry it to go where we are carrying that from sentence. And then you have to wait and see if it's all right, then you buy it. That in a sense, you're a thief cow. But you are juicy beef now, them let go demand them, you know, in no case. And then the wife, the man wife turn, what's the turn? I said the thing cost us.
Well, listen, that would be one of the cases what we call looking back to say, okay, whatever happened to this case? Whatever happened to it? We'll count you not more.
Then let him go. Juicy beef. I'm not get to you that do that. So the people, same thing, and the people them surrounding us say, you know, come out with the truck, you know. I will call this same exact thing. I will call you can't come out and hear them see that thing now. Police come and save the man them, you know. And the people them get mad, you know. Man, I say, I'm going to go for one cow there, we look at my cow. I'm not, I want that my cow. So the people them mad. Police, they must say, police them save them. When you look here, it's a juicy beef gas statement. Oh, it's a one man call me and say myself some cow. So we send because we want to weigh the cow and say the cow them all right, then we pay for the cow. And you know, so them a thief cow, and them alone lead the cow up in there, you know. Juicy beef them send, got thief people cow, and I say both them send a one man. And the man run off, the man alone get to it. You know, do what two juicy beef send, who go get out the cow, them, the people them gather them up. When the driver and everybody, I'm telling everybody. But the man was selling the cow get to it. Instead of the people are they lie, man. No. Him alone get to it, you know. Him alone get to it. Yeah? Me don't know when you run and leave them out. That's why some people now buy a cow, now buy juicy beef patty and bite it. And after go, them people want cow. In your cow ribs, you buy it. It's bad, man. And the cow ears, them put in them patty, it's bad. That's why people, that's why you have $3 to me. And the big boys are take out the thing, they take out the lumber and the cow and the thing, them, you know, the hog them and them thing there, you know. And them thief the most thing, you know, Gov't. And by the way, you see, even the car them are thief for Jamaica, I could just tell them this. Yeah? Factual. If you have no buyer, you have no seller. You see them thief your car, you have people inside. What them call the place, Gov't? The tax office place there. People inside, when the man them change the number, you touch the number, people inside, I deal with it. And it's when they cut up a vehicle, and the same people them where you buy parts from, and them buy it. Them have it, them buy it and sell it back. Yeah? Yeah, man. You're right.
No, that's not, look it up here. Them say the term for stealing animals, particularly cattle, them call it rustling. So them have a rustling charge in Jamaica or a pretty last name. Because pretty last name for agricultural products, you know, like banana, yam, you know what them call it. But whatever them call it, them are thief people things. And this is, go back and look, folks. If you look at pretty last on it, they mention it, you know, in the manifesto, you know, the JLP mentioned it in the 2016, maybe the 2020 manifesto as well. I have to go back and check, saying that this is a huge problem and that them going to stamp it out. And we not say nothing. Pipe bombs. Jocelyn, see? That's another looking back thing. What happened to the pipe bombs, them? What happened to the pipe bombs, them?
The next one, the Kevin Smith. Because when they got the Pharaoh, they must let him know to what, you know. When you look, as Trek 5 says, she's sent for Kevin Smith, you know, because get some lie, behind the scene of police, them sent for two to come. And I mean, look, is a white man just check it. For the wrong hand, you know, and looking and feel thing, but him not bleed. Them get injection already, them kill him before them even do that. Them sacrifice the police. There are two, when we talk to police, them say, boy, I don't remember nothing. And then they say a coroner, I said, the man touched my shoulder, and I Remember, you use right-hand drive. You know, all the steering there. The man over there, so the man couldn't move. We have a picture with the man. With him strapped down to 9 feet, him couldn't move. Him and them coming like a dinosaur. You know, three big so, him and them sharp up so. Yeah, dinosaur. So, him and couldn't stretch and touch him out there so. And the seat belt was fast him down, cast him still at the feet. And just him back so. Then say him touch the driver, you know. We over so, you know, because now drive behind the driver, you know. The driver over so. Him touch the driver, the police side of him, you know. Him touch the driver and that make the driver crash them to lie. Then Strike 5 come and say, oh, him molest a man in a Canada and dead 6 months. Nobody never asked that. He never do no crime in Jamaica. This is what them do. Them are set up. Strike 5 to go to prison too, you know. Chief go to prison, man.
Well, you know, Saturday, this coming Saturday, folks, man, they want to tune into the program, Reason Rattingham, because we're going to ask for topics for looking back. I'm going to say even OT put up SSL update. That's a good one too, you know. We're going to go back and review all of them stories there and do an in-depth look at how the thing started, how it progressed, where we are, and the amount of time that we haven't heard anything since then, you know, which shouldn't be the case. And we're going to do is probe the inaccuracies, we're going to probe the inconsistencies, the lies, all the things that we're going to probe through. And where we are, though, after a certain point, we're going to cut them up in a small clips and then we'll just send them all over the world. So, because these are things that have been going on for a while, and this 9-day one, there's a common phenomenon in Jamaica, and it's a problem when things happen and then people just forget about them, you know. It's a problem. We have to keep them on the front burner. Don't put them on the back burner.
Sorry, Ratty. Minto and the plane crash. The plane carrying the drugs that are there. I didn't see a Minto, I didn't see one. When say 3 hours of plane landing up. I guess the plane always land, carrying drugs. And we look, the plane burn out completely, and then say take 3 hours to find it. Minto, I lie, I'm telling you. 3 hours. When
yeah.
You don't find nobody in the plane and nothing at all. That don't make no sense in the finance.
See,
yeah.
Real estate master of Dr. Bloomfield murderer. That's one. Then Natasha talk about the fertilizer. Yeah, we have some. Yeah, just tune in. You can drop them. But tune in on Saturday. You can drop them here. Any program you want to drop them on, but just make sure so we get them because we're going to prioritize them, and then we're going to start a regular series called Looking Back, and then we're going to just every week we're going to probe in a 1 or 2 of them, and just keep people updated, keep it on the front burner, because at the end of the day we want to make you, we want to keep you updated, informed, and we want to make you informed voters. That's what we want to do. So when somebody come and start telling all kind of lies about how safe the country is and or how great the economy is, or how great the health service is, how great education is, we're going to do stories so that you can just pull out them stories out of your file and say, if that is the case, explain this to me. That's what the purpose of this. Yeah, if that is the case. If they don't give you that, then just give to them. Thanks, Andrea. Just give to them and make them know what's going on. Yeah, right. You're right, Herb T. Come see, I look all over the place like I from police.
No, I just exited from the freeway, so I'm at my exit now. I wait for the traffic to ease. But look, with all the cases that have gone cold, right? Why is it that Mocha is not playing a bigger role in law enforcement in Jamaica?
Here's what I'm going to tell her.
Yeah.
No, finish. Sorry to interrupt.
No, I was going to say, why is it that Mocha, who was separated from the JCF, it sounds to me, based on what Chang was responding to the other day when they asked for more authority for Mocha, it's like you want to bring Mocha back under the JCF simply because JCF have this PhD guy in charge. But that shouldn't be, because the idea behind Mocha was having that the next tier up, right? The next tier up meaning like having a federal agency versus a state agency. I don't know what you guys about that. And Mocha not playing a more significant role.
Here's what I'm going to tell you with Mocha now. Mocha was established by Senator Peter Bunting when he was Minister of National Security, right? And he said at the time that he wanted to be an FBI style organization, and he broke it off from the JCF. So it's like an elite. It's like an elite. Um, it's like an elite group of JCF members. That's how it started out. No, it looks as if they've completely broken. No, they've completely broken off.
Yes.
The thing about Mocha is that Mocha doesn't trust the JCF in general. So them don't share information with them. They share it by exception, not by rule. And therein lies a problem. They work on a lot of confidential matters. So they're not going to come out and tell us what they're working on, but they should be able to give us some idea of what they're working on, without going into details. Them can dumb it down, or them can redact things so that people get a sense of what they're paying for. Because at the end of the day, it's taxpayers' money paying for them. So they need to give us some idea of what's going on over there. But I agree with you. I don't see much coming out of that group at all. And when I say I don't see much coming out, I don't see much coming out in terms of the prosecution of high-profile cases, because that's what that was designed to do, right? Major organized crime. Huh?
Yeah, but me see even the FID with them come up with for deal with them, them big money business and all of these kind of things and seize up something. The FID, right?
The Financial Investigative Division, yeah.
Yes. Not the Minister of Finance.
That's Selvin Hughes.
Not him, Nigel Clark take a finger under the bus. No, the police. And him come
well, Selvin used to be. Yes, Selvin used to be with the Jays. He was like some assistant commissioner, something over there, some bigwig. Yes, and they move him now, right? Mm-hmm.
So him say man come out and say, listen, we don't have no FBI.
Oh no. That's CTOC. That's the guy over at CTOC. When you McLaughlin, yeah. Mm-hmm, yeah. Him throw him under the bus. By the way, McLaughlin is still over there now. McLaughlin still over there. Him still over CTOC. Yeah.
In that CTOC. No, but me I say it's it that the finance minister, finance no people, no finance one. Look what finance. What is that the finance minister deep up in a police business and I say like the man have coke him lick him head because one bag of FBI. I know when I see one, you have to in FBI, yeah,
hold on. People want to tune in this Saturday because this Saturday for reason traffic and we're going to have 5 retired FBI agents and we're going to delve into the SSL thing. We'll talk about it, how the FBI will investigate something like this. So we have 5 of my colleagues. 3 of them make commitments already. I wait for the other 2 and at least we know I got 4 away and potentially I got 6 away. And we're going to talk about all of them things. We'll talk about fugitives and a whole bunch of things. But you're right. You're right. The Minister of Finance get involved in the police thing and said the FBI, a group of FBI agents are got dead and blah, 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 blah. And we don't hear nothing from the FBI. Zilch. What we hear from? Where the group the name Herb, the one for the contract group there where them do cyber stuff. What them name? The one out of England. I can't remember the name.
Yeah, you from them?
Them do a report. We don't get a report all now. Them do a report.
Yeah, it's a Kroll.
Kroll.
K-R-O, yeah.
Kroll.
Kroll have some other investigations they've done before in the Caribbean, So it's not like this is the first time thing for them. They seem to relish coming down and investigating things in the Caribbean. But they don't have no transparency. So you don't know what's going on. Yeah.
There's a report. Have you heard about the report?
The report was due earlier this year, and we don't hear anything about it.
There you go.
Right?
Yeah. It is. McLaughlin, after them bring him under the bus and him keep quiet, them give him ACP now,
No ACP now.
Well, you know where he had messed up when and check this out. Ratty, the very case we looked at with WIPL, that is where they messed up. that is where this group, Superintendent Dyer and this Assistant Commissioner McCracken, they arrested people and took equipment from them that they said they stole information from the company. And it turns out that they were officers of the company. So they were authorized to log in and have the information on the system. Also, they arrested one of the other directors who had quit or who they fired, and said that even though he had
Yeah, go inside.
One Fitz Bailey was involved in both of those cases. And the judge had thrown it out and ordered that the equipment be returned. They returned the equipment to the men and then went back and seized it again. So, I mean, ignorance is bliss with these guys. You don't know what they're doing from one day to the next and what laws they're following. They are following somebody else telling them what to do, when to do it, and how. That's the problem they have with the police force.
Some more looking back topics, you know. Man did not build his house.
Yeah.
The surveillance plane where
the house.
The country, the missing rifles, them are the ones with the dip on the yacht. So Chris, I say, I haven't read it to know, Chris. Chris, is that piece lonesome? Or where Chris said the opinion piece on the Gleaner about the Minister of Finance and the Public Services failure to file the financial reports with the Auditor General's office. I haven't seen the opinion piece. I'm going to take a look at it, Chris.
The Crowley report.
Do you know about it? You know about it, Herb? You know about it, Lonesome?
Yeah, them me know about.
I will take a look.
Right? But we don't know about the one that again. We know about it. Yeah. Yeah, man.
You have to take a look at that.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I thought I saw Maria earlier on. She's not on the program.
Yeah, she was on earlier. Yes, man.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I want to say good night to her too.
Yeah,
but
man.
No. This troll business is serious because when you bring in an outside company to do outsource reporting, the thing is, who are they reporting to? Are they reporting to the people covering up? Are they giving an independent report to somebody at the Ministry of National Security or even the Prime Minister's office? How do these people get away with this cover-up?
Or them
I don't understand that.
Or at least them should do it with the Integrity Commission. File the report somewhere, but we don't know the report file.
Because you see no care, but you think about it, you see how them come up and build up a bag of thing. If them did build it up on Bailey, where Patrick Bailey, and lock the man backside, I'm not going to jail. Man said back guard.
Yeah.
But you want to go for Chief Currie no and attack foolishness like right here. That's working. Yeah. No, they're not locked up from basketball, you know, granted. But yesterday I got to talk about Chief Currie and some wrong about it. Like, yeah. Eh? Yes, Ratty.
No, somebody had asked. I don't. I was too far back now. Somebody asked, "How can the FBI help?" Tune in Saturday, and we tell you about possible ways that the FBI could help Jamaica with dealing with the crime problem, and then you can make a decision from there as to whether or not the government is acting in people's best interest. Because them keep telling you now, we're gonna go back to them. Keep telling you about how them have international partners and them work with international partners. Question is, are they really working with international partners? Because one thing I can tell you, all of the little dirty secrets that them have in Jamaica, the US government already know about them. Them already know about them. All the little dirty secrets for them out. And them know too. Them know. So certain things when them are going to ask the FBI for, it's kind of weird because the FBI will probably look and say, upon them criminals you ask you know for come in and help them to do what? To do what? So, and it's not just the FBI, everybody at the embassy, all of the agencies at the embassy, them know what's going on in Jamaica. They know what's going on. Everybody know what's going on. We know a guy who used to run the thing down in Jamaica, and the amount of criminal activity on the part of officials. They're not talking about criminals now, you know. They're not talking about criminals. The amount of criminal activity in terms were committed by officials, government officials. Amazing. Amazing. So, and them poison up her brethren because her brethren get too close. So, Wagwan and figure out Wagwan and them poison him up. You lucky her when you down there, they never come off fire.
Well, I had my bodyguard them with me. So anytime I go there, I have my bodyguard. I even go after I have food taste tester. Make sure everything has taste before me eat it.
Good. And you know make people know where you're going to eat, you know?
No, man. Yeah, me not telegraph anywhere where I'm going out to eat. Nowhere at all.
I'm a top when you're moving a telegraph in that car.
No, none of that.
It's funny, you know, because remember, the person who used the word poison was the prime minister who said, I'm going to trick you and then I'm going to throw poison on you.
Yeah.
And then next thing you know, them poison. Next thing you know, her brethren get poisoned down there.
Yeah, he's very familiar with the technique. And remember, they report that came out that said the number one guy that liked to poison people was who? Was your man there with at Harman Barnes. It was in charge of Harman Barnes.
Yeah.
And they say that poisoning was his number one technique.
Oh.
You know.
Yeah, man. But the man then another poison, look at the man there. Yeah, someone in charge of some place there, them have them hit squad in America. Hit squad them took out people, you know, hit squad. Like if we deliver Jamaica now, no get to you now go move against the man like wilderness. No. You have some people work for the state. They can shoot up a car and say you're a gunman shoot up a car. No. And then yeah, then now other faces are like that because they know everything, you know. But you know, man, I will understand this anything they do right now, I always yes. You understand? But also them states like where you're go get all ticket herb.
Yeah.
What's got you out, you know?
Well, you know, I didn't even bother argue with them, all right. I just paid. Right? Because but you see now them reversing a lot of that. When them cops see you not even driving, but just see you with the phone. And because you start moving again, they want to hit you. You know what I mean? You have to be actively using the phone while you're driving.
Yeah, but hear this. They want to make sure you know video. Because for the park, you know, and the police come to them and then take up them phone for video, they can just say that and them say, hey, they have phone, but the vehicle is park.
Yeah.
You understand? So you have to be careful with that because then get them, you know, suspicious. Say, Ratty. We see where I crack 4 and I remember so me I'm going like a dog and a long time there I never eat yet, you know, so.
I was wondering when I was going to hear that.
You have to laugh. That's what I eat dinner night, I know, people. Me, so you see laugh, you know, same day eating dinner yet night, I know. Come here like a dog, and that's what you know, if I laugh after the dinner.
When I get to Maria, smarter than everybody, she just take off early and go.
If you're hungry, you want to go, sir. Just tell the people. You don't have to drag me nice and me hungry.
So I think I'm hungry like a dog. Yeah, you know, feedback is what it.
No.
Well, let's go eat still. Herb just come in still, right?
Yeah, Herb hungry. Herb hungry. Herb hungry. You're on the road from Maroon.
I 5 minutes ago I pulled into my driveway, so I'm a daughter already 7 the chap pulled up.
Remember they're not getting enough food on the plane, you know, man.
No, I them give you should him give me the can of ginger ale. Just give me a little half glass of ginger ale.
We're hungry like a dog then, man. We forgot now, man. We can't have people can't have herb on that say now. You can't we're hungry like a dog, but herb more hungry now. But we herb go eat because we don't want to gas up. We have to know gas up now.
Say, Andrew, no, Andrew, so we bring back snacks from Canada, man. No, I'm not hungry like that. You know, but you know, on a serious note, let me just say, boy, one, thank you, brethren, for the hospitality where you showed, not just me, but the whole team. We really appreciate it. Yeah, we really appreciate it.
Yeah.
And the people of Canada, why I mean, I tell you why. Leaving Canada was tough because the warmness, you know, the warmth, the greetings and everything like that. It was so genuine that you say, them are my people, you know, them are the people where we want to go to war with. Not fight against, but them on our team, because I tell you, the encouragement and the support. And when I say support, not just words, you know, because a lot of them put some money in the till too and say, boy, we are support the thing, you know. Yeah, and we support that. Chris, big up yourself, you know, one of our biggest supporter. And just want to say, well, I look forward to the next invitation for come Canada, because it was really, really. Yeah, it really had a good time, you know. And also, more big up the people who travel from outside of Canada for come. People like Don and Freedom and a whole lot more people. We shouldn't start calling names because I forget names and people get upset with me right now. The commission and a whole bunch of people. Yeah. Whole bunch of people from outside who come and show them support and them love and them admiration for it.
But we do have a lot of dedicated people. That's all I can say. Your dedication must be commended. And,
yeah, man.
At some point, we may have to give them some recognition.
Yeah. My boy, Roland and his wife from London who come in.
From the UK,
Yeah, whole heap of people. And there was a lady who come in from Jamaica. Couple people who flew in from Jamaica.
Yeah.
So we just want to say thank you to all of you for everything that you do, for help us to keep Jamaica, to hold the Jamaican government accountable. And we won't stop. We won't stop.
I mean, I tell you, it's nice, you know, we're not nice. I'm going to tell you what we love with the people, everything. We don't see nobody come in. Well, there are some people might have seen, but them people come in, them married, them husband not dead. We don't see no black widow. No black widow at all. You understand? You understand? Yeah, man. You know, no black widow.
Them people never invited and them never ever show up. Bro. We know them never ever show up. You know?
No black
man, big up Bitter Girl, big up Lies. Big up everybody, man, who did. So much people we meet. You know, I meet Lies who we not see from 1977. Me and I grew up on the same yard of Firehouse. And I Canada come meet like first time since 1977. You know?
Can you imagine, man?
Yeah, my cousin show up there too. Margine show up there later in the night.
Yes.
The place, the thing turn up, man. The thing is nice.
That too, man. We have the place nice, you know. Nothing that I'm ready for go home yet, you know.
No, I'm never ready for go home, but you're not ready for go home.
We never win anything, but Wilderness is cold.
No one on there, you know, so we drop asleep, you know, so we start taking a nap in the thing, man. After, yeah, Mama Angie and her sister cook up a nice pot of food, man, and we eat and we just drop asleep in the lounge. Everybody drop asleep. All Prezi starts snoring.
Yeah. But I hope you all hear from Prezi, because I dropped Prezi downtown. He was visiting the CN Tower. But I didn't hear anything from him after that. Yeah, you heard from him today?
Yeah. Him reach. Him send me a message saying him just land, and that was it.
Okay. right.
Yeah, man, yes, man. The captain was ready to sleep.
No, no, I ready for leave. They not see me never, you know, see me and I make up my face when the man say why him really know I want to go and blah blah blah. Yeah. But no, but you see, no, but my brethren, him have to go. Cause him have some things him have to do tonight, and him have to go. Him have to plan for go. Him have to go work tomorrow. So him did want to go. But if there's any way, me could have convince him still. For say, boy, don't, me could stay, but I couldn't. Cause him did tell me still, But you know what? You never know. So me that go meet so many people, and me that go have so much fun. Never know that. And it's when it starts, I say, rotted.
I say, over here saying a family thing, a family morals and everything. Over here saying, like, I'll do acting. You don't do that. You only have to, anything you then come with, I love, just love and unity. Don't have the mind of us, that when them can get me here. You know them here. But you want to see I just love.
Yeah, man. The brother out there, man. The brother out there, and it's strong, man. Cause I tell you, when herb tea coming up, I'm glad because I smell the food out in the kitchen. And when herb tea come, no, it's when herb tea come. I'm glad enough, kind of say, me rush for pot. Me run go out there, go get my food,
Hey, yeah, man. Herb, I go out with them thing, man. I'm herb. Create a thing. But me after when I leave out, I say, should I carry, but a nice, a nice team.
We should have asked. No, we should have asked Mama Angie from a reach. That's what we should have asked Mama Angie from a reach. What's happening? No, because you see, my virgin have to leave now, because too, like me I say, in time against way, and I'm have to do things tonight, and I'm have to go to work. So that'll be too late. We should have asked from a come. From a come, we should have say, here, when you prepare a little boom by for me,
Because when I say 2 o'clock on the road, and they, no, sir, we don't do that, man. You travel night to see him snap out with the callaloo and that and everything, then a vegetable.
I know.
Yeah, talk about, man.
Yeah, almost 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock we reach China. I just jump down my ride. I drive another 3.5 hours.
Have to eat. Me not travel them way then. That's what I tell them, man. When me don't go like a dog and I eat food, yeah, Chris. But yeah, so man. Yeah, I do that for your brother. Yeah, man. Up, man. Yeah, man. Do what I do, man. Yeah, so man. Yeah. Oh, you mean, man? Man is water. Curry goat. Yeah, Chris.
Anyway, gentlemen, I gotta go inside,
Yeah, man, all right.
Been gone a long time.
Brothers, salute,
More time.
Yeah, we talk. All right.
Come.
Tomorrow.
Blessings to all our guests.